All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for the movable mic to be made available to us, it's about 6 o'clock this evening, and we have a council meeting, 6:04 actually, and we have a council meeting starting promptly at 6:30. So we're going to get through this as quickly as possible, but at the same time, taking the time to honor people who have contributed greatly. Thank you very much to our community. There we go. I'm going to switch over now. There we go. So first up, we're going to begin with the recognition for a longtime community volunteer, someone who, for how many years was it, chaired that committee?
I want to say at least 10.
It's been, yeah, I want to, about 6 years, leading the Youth Activities Task Force, continuing on the great success that those that came before him, built. Lynn Matos was the chair of that committee for so many years and was a very strong advocate for our children, making sure children of all ages had programming to be able to enjoy their time here in the community. And Brian took it to the next level. And so it was a sponsored request by Councilman Sanchez, but of course, coming not just through myself, but through all my colleagues, we want to go ahead and take some time and honor the work that you did over the last 6 years, leading Youth Activities Task Force with the Montrose, Nightmare on Montrose event that you guys do every year, the Spring Fling, and so many other events that you guys put on, dealing with many, sometimes thousands of parents and children. And so with that, Brian Rodriguez, please come up to be recognized. Sir? So I got the answer here, looking at it again. So total years of service on the YATF, as we call it, has been 12 years. 14. Okay. Oh, well, we're going to have to give you a new one then. With that said, Brian, we're going to present you with a certificate of recognition for all the reasons I stated earlier. And the certificate reads, Brian Rodriguez, in acknowledgement of your 12 years of dedicated volunteer service to the Miami Lakes Youth Activities Task Force and your exemplary civic leadership within our community, the town of Miami Lakes is grateful for your continued commitment and the lasting positive impact you have made in enriching the lives of our youth. So congratulations, and we will get it corrected to 14 years, 6 as chair. So there you go. Congratulations. You want to say a few words?
Yeah. I want to thank the town of Miami Lakes, all the council members here, as well as the council members from before. Being on this committee for 14 years, you see a lot of things, a lot of council members. I want to thank my dad, Nelson Rodriguez, former vice mayor of the town. He's really what got me into this and got me into volunteering and giving back to my community, as well as Haley, the new chair for the town of Miami Lakes Youth Activities Task Force. Congratulations. After 6 years of being the chair, I think it was time to pass the torch to someone new, someone young, new ideas. And that was the whole point. I've said it every year as chair. If someone wants it, they can have it, and someone wanted it this year, and they have it. I'm still on the committee, not going anywhere just yet. I plan on doing a lot more with the committee, more with the town, and I appreciate every one of you. My girlfriend's here. Thank you for supporting me. I've missed a lot of family events, birthday parties, trips, for this committee to give back to the community. Thank you to my committee. Thank you to Lynn Matos in the back. She was the one that we butt heads a lot, but she taught me a lot on how to run the committee and how to do things. And thank you to the rest of the town of Miami Lakes for everything.
No, of course. Wait, so you're not young anymore? Is that what it is? Yeah. Oh, wait. The incoming chair has a special gift.
Hi, everyone. So the committee came together, and we got you this, and we hope you like it. Of course. Thank you so much for all your service. You're an amazing leader, and we're very excited to still have you with us.
Okay, stay up here, Haley, for a group photo. Mr. Vice Mayor, come on up, come on up. All right. Where's our camera lady? There she is. Okay. Uh, Jeremy. So this is going to be your segment, and I want to invite all the school crossing guards to come on up that are going to be honored next. Round of applause for them, please. Perfect. So before I begin, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy Bagdown, sorry, to go ahead and introduce the next proclamation, why we're doing it, et cetera, and then from there I'll read it off and present it to them formally, or present it to you as their leader.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking this time to honor. Today, we're actually recognizing our School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day, which took place earlier in the month. It's always the first Friday of the month. We're going ahead and taking this time during our council meeting earlier today to go ahead and recognize our crossing guards. We do have 3. Pedro, don't get too far from over here. Essentially, these are crossing guards that are every day during the school year, throughout 9 months of the year, taking care of our kids, taking care of our community. They are the faces in the morning. They see kids going to school. The kids already start to build a rapport with them. They are essentially part of our community. And the whole goal behind our program was always to bring back people and individuals that kind of supported the town culture, right? We have these individuals, Herenio, who's worked with us now for 9 years, Pedro, 5 years, and we have Mario, who just started soon. It's a family, and the whole goal is that same family feeling amongst us is what they're supposed to share with our residents. So today is one day out of 365 total, out of the 9 months of the school year, that we get to honor them. And the biggest thing here is to let them know that we're thankful. As director, I'm extremely thankful. I got to oversee the program early on in my years, and I understand the impact they have on students. I understand the impact they have on parents feeling safe about their kids. So it's thanks to these gentlemen, thanks to our other crossing guards who could not be here tonight, that we're here honoring them. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass it on over to the mayor to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Director. And yes, we do love our crossing guards here, and so this is appropriate. And with that, I'm going to read off the proclamation, which begins proclaiming February 27, 2026 as School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day in the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas the town of Miami Lakes is home to thousands of students who are enrolled in and attend local schools and institutions, whereas each school day, regardless of weather conditions, the town's school crossing guards faithfully maintain their posts to ensure that our children and families arrive at and depart from school premises safely. Whereas, while administered by the town of Miami Lakes, the School Crossing Guard program continues to adhere to all Florida Department of Transportation training standards and safety guidelines, ensuring consistency with statewide best practices while allowing the town to cultivate a culture of professionalism, community pride, and personal connection within the program. Whereas school crossing guards provide essential public safety services to our community and deserve continued recognition for their day-to-day efforts throughout the 9-month school year. Whereas the first Friday in February in the state of Florida provides Floridians with an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the admirable service of school crossing guards, and whereas in similar fashion, the town of Miami Lakes remains steadfast in its commitment to community recognition by designating the last Friday in February as a day of appreciation for our local school crossing guards. Now, therefore, I, Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim February 27, 2026 as School Crossing Guard Appreciation Day. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations, Director, too. All right. Vamos a tomar una foto. Okay, we're going to continue on now. Next up, we have another important proclamation, and this one I hold near and dear to my heart. It is for one of my schools, for St. Thomas University, and we have some representatives from the school that are going to come up and receive a special proclamation from us. They were instrumental in us hitting our targets in this past year's Mayor's Gala. They stepped up to the plate as our title sponsor, donating up to $10,000 or donating $10,000 to the gala to benefit the efforts of the Special Needs Advisory Board, who, by the way, they're seated right here in the front. So don't go far after we're done recognizing you guys, because I want you to be there for the check presentation. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and read to them the way the proclamation reads. And it proclaims February 2026 as St. Thomas University Month in the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas St. Thomas University was originally founded in 1961 as Biscayne College by the order of the Augustinian Friars and attained university status in 1984 following the addition of 10 master's degree programs and the establishment of its School of Law. Whereas the university traces its roots to the Universidad de Santo Tomás de Villanueva, founded in 1946 in Havana, Cuba, by American Augustinians with the assistance of European Augustinians, several of whom later came to Miami and established Biscayne College after being forcibly expelled by the Castro regime. Whereas St. Thomas University, located in Miami Gardens, just minutes from the town of Miami Lakes, serves a diverse student body of more than 5,000 students and offers over 60 undergraduate, graduate, and law programs in both online and on-campus formats. Whereas last fall, St. Thomas University graciously served as the title sponsor of the 2025 Mayor's Gala, contributing $10,000 in support of the Town Special Needs Advisory Board, and significantly helping to achieve record-breaking gala revenue. And whereas the town of Miami Lakes recognizes St. Thomas University as an esteemed community partner whose rich history of longstanding commitment to academic excellence, civic engagement, and philanthropic support continues to augment the quality of life for residents and strengthen the bonds between the university and the town. Now, therefore, I, Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim February 2026 as St. Thomas University Month. Thank you very much for your support. Congratulations. I'm going to turn it over to you for some words.
Sure. Then you speak. Okay. Thank you, everyone. This was quite an honor, an entire month. I heard the clamor in the room, but it's okay. We'll take it. So President Armstrong, David Armstrong, who the mayor knows well, he would be here if he could not be here, but we were happy to come, not knowing exactly what to expect. It was our honor to support the event that was so well put together. Our team had a great time at the event. We plan to attend future events, and it goes for a great cause, which we really appreciate. We also appreciate seeing St. Thomas University alums doing so well, whether through as undergrads or through the law school. So thank you for that. Again, we'll be happy to continue to be supporters of our neighbors. President Armstrong speaks about this frequently. Right next door, Miami Lakes. So we'll continue to be strong partners with you. So thank you again for this great honor.
Of course. Appreciate it. Here, let's get a group photo really
Okay.
quick.
Thank you.
And again, thank you guys. So next, we have a fun part, checks, right? Everybody loves receiving money. And I know that this group of volunteers I'm going to call up especially appreciate the support provided by sponsors of the gala, such as St. Thomas and everybody else as well. So many to recount, and I'm not going to do that right now. But I want to just thank those partners that stepped up to the plate and helped us to sell the most in gala history, actually. And JV While I get everybody up here, can you do me a favor and remind me, ask Melissa what the total number was? Yeah, the total raise. But guys, come on up, the members of the Special Needs Advisory Board, because again, we're going to start with a couple presentations. But again, we sold and raised money for this gala, and it was the most in town history since the gala started. And again, that was thanks to the generous sponsorship and support of this community. And the total amount raised at last year's gala was $71,001.09. So. Now, yes, now there were expenses. A lot of vendors that in the past were able to do stuff for free. Unfortunately, they either sold the company or they just no longer were available to help. So we did have an increase, but despite that, we pretty much matched in terms of net proceeds last year's money, and we came in at $43,025.77. Get the check. So that you guys know, again, that I speak on behalf of my colleagues, we appreciate all the work that you guys on special needs, the Special Needs Advisory Board perform for our town and its residents, right? An often overlooked population, although fortunately getting more and more credit and more recognition as it deserves. And with that, we're going to officially present to you the check for the $43,000. So right over there. But before we take the photo, for those watching online, whether they're watching it live or they're going to watch it after this meeting, I encourage you to attend next year's gala. We're already planning it out. It was a great time, as you heard, and it was a great success, right? And next year, it's going to be bigger and even better, and we're going to get a bigger number for the Special Needs Advisory Board next year. And we're coming up with a better cost-cutting plan as well so that we can keep more of the money we raise and give it back to a deserving board. So thank you guys very much. And before we take the group photo, actually, I do want to turn it over because there's a second check that you guys are going to be getting, one of your own members as well as a special resident of our community, has her business here as well. Kimberly Trellis is here to present another check to the board.
Okay. I'm going to get my little cows to come up and help me. So, here, why don't we show them the check? So this check is much smaller, but as a small business here in the community, I have always felt that it's important to give back, and I've had the privilege of serving on the Special Needs Advisory Board for a little over a year, but even before I started serving, Vivian, Jasenia, Madeline, and the board they've always had our back. So it's because of SNAB and all the programs that I so believe in giving back. So I wanted to thank you for inspiring me. And to your point, Mayor Dieguez, I hope next year I have an even bigger check.
Thank you very much for your donation. Here we go, from the Trellis Cottage, okay, available online at an online store near you, I should say. Yeah, there we go. All right, guys. Hey, Dallas, how do you want us? Okay, note to our guest and to the council and those watching, it is 6:24. We will start at 6:30 promptly. My apologies, everybody. My apologies. We actually did have. I apologize, but I just wanted to draw your attention for one more special recognition. I was not aware that they had arrived already yet, but I wanted to present a special certificate of recognition to one of our great sponsors as well, Univita Medical Centers. And we have George here representing them, and it reads, to Univita Medical Centers in acknowledgement of your generous support as a gold sponsor of the Mayor's Gala 2025 and your instrumental role in the record-breaking success of this signature community event. The town of Miami Lakes is sincerely grateful for your meaningful commitment to the Special Needs Advisory Board and for the lasting impact of your generosity has made in our community. So thank you very much, George, on behalf of Univita. There you go. And if the board members can come back up so we can get a photo with him. Again, I apologize for the confusion. We are officially done now, and so 3 minutes, 6:30, we will begin sharp. Good evening. I'm calling the meeting of the Miami Lakes Town Council to order at 6:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez, Councilmember Fernandez, let the record reflect he's present. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Present. Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Hirschberg.
Present.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Here.
Mayor Dieguez.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Everyone, please rise for the pledge led by Councilman Fernandez. Councilman Herzberg, please lead us in the invocation.
Dear God, we thank you for this opportunity to meet with the community. We wish for wisdom to make the decisions we're here to make, and we hope for your guidance. Amen.
Thank you, Councilman. You may all be seated. Council, we are now in the order of business. Are there any additions, deferrals, or deletions?
Yes.
Mayor?
Who
Yes,
was
Mayor.
that first? Or,
Mr.
Mr. Manager, and then Councilman Sanchez.
Yes,
So-
with items 13A and 13B, there was some uncertainty as to whether proper notice was provided. So in the abundance of caution, I'd like to defer those two items and ask that the council consider scheduling a special call meeting to hear them in first reading.
Well, when we get to those items, we'll go, well, you know what, let's go ahead and move, like you said, 13A and 13B, let's move them to just after public comments. Or actually, let's do it just before public comments so we can have a date for the public to know when.
That's where we are.
Okay.
We're just before public comment.
What I'm saying is I didn't hear the request was your request to move 13A and B to just before or just after public comments?
No, to defer them.
Yeah,
And
but-
to schedule a special call meeting to hear them.
Yeah, but to do that, we have to have a discussion on when we're gonna reschedule. Or is it that you want the clerk to circulate some times?
I think that the clerk may have done unofficial polling for your availability of the council, so there may be at least a couple dates that are out there. One was March 31, and the other date was March 5.
And April 1st as well.
Okay, March 31 and April 1.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Wait, because let's get all, first of all, okay. What I'm gonna interpret what you were asking for is for us to take it up before public comments to discuss what we're gonna do with it, right? You're requesting a deferral, right?
Yes.
But then obviously, of course, the council has to vote on that. And so we'll take that up right before public comments now.
Okay.
But Councilman Sanchez, what other items did you want to move?
Yeah, I'd like to move 10B, the reports by the Veterans Committee and the reports by the Special Needs Advisory Board, 10B and 10A up to right after public comments.
10A and 10B to after public comments, 13A and 13B
No.
to just before. Oh, no, I'm just regurgitating everything that we discussed so far. Okay, what else?
That's it.
Okay, anybody
Yes,
else?
through the
Oh,
mayor.
wait, I saw Councilman Herzberg, then Garcia, and then the Vice Mayor.
We might as well move 10C as well. Just move all the committee reports.
To move all the reports to just after public comments. 10A, 10B, 10C after public comments, 13A and 13B before public comments. Councilman Garcia.
I'd like to pull 12B from consent.
12B is pulled from consent. Oh, here it is. Okay, the feasibility study, okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, did you have a change?
Well, it was going to be to pull 12B, but I'll also add to that the item 16K to be discussed together with, I want to say, the infrastructure report.
Okay, so taking up 16K with the monthly infrastructure report. 16K. Councilman Cuadra Garcia, do you have anything? Councilman Fernandez? Okay, I'm going to read the order of business as amended. 13A and 13B before public comments, so that'll be the next item we take up. After public comments, 10A, B, and C, the committee reports in its entirety, and taking 16K together with 8B, the monthly infrastructure report, and lastly, pulling 12B from the consent calendar. Now, is there a motion?
I'll move.
I'll
It's
second.
been moved, it's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted as amended. And with that, we are now in 13A and 13B. Mr. Manager, go ahead and get us in the right posture here.
Yes, I'd just like to ask that those two be deferred. to the date of a special call meeting, either March the 31st or April the 1st.
Okay, is there a motion and a second on that?
I'll move.
For discussion, okay, so, okay, who moved it first, so that the clerk can have a clear
I
indication?
move it to have it conducted on the 1st of April.
All right, there's a motion to consider on the 1st of April. Councilman Herzberg, are you still
Second.
seconding?
Yes.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Councilman Herzberg, Councilman Sanchez, you start with discussion, then we'll go to Councilman Herzberg.
Well,
As far as the deferral and the meeting date.
The 1st of April just makes the most sense to give enough time for the residents of the town to be aware, and it's also a day that I am available on my schedule.
Okay, Councilman Herzberg, although some people are gonna laugh about the date choice, but you know.
About the what?
About the April Fool's, date choice, but, Okay, Councilman Herzberg?
We need to move it to provide proper notice in 30 days, so I defer to the town attorney, but whatever, that's the date we need to focus on. Whenever we can realistically get a new 30-day notice, and it has to be 30 days of the P&Z as well. So everything's got to correlate correctly. This has to be done right.
I was doing some of the math earlier, just before walking down here, and it's my sense that absolutely they can get it done by the end of this week. I mean, right, Mr. Manager, have you been able to confirm?
Yes, I believe that we can get it out, and I started counting dates. If we get it out by next week, middle of the week, we have enough time, and the planning and zoning can be the April planning and zoning, and that'll be before the April council meeting, where this would be read with its final reading.
So for clarity for the applicant and for the public, April 1st, first reading, the P&Z meeting for April will be there.
Whatever I think it's the second Tuesday of the month, so the 14th.
Okay, but that will be second reading, our council meeting.
Then the 21st, which is the regular April council meeting, that's when the second reading would be held.
Okay, but, so just one.
April 1?
Yeah, April 1st is
14,
first
planning and
reading.
zoning.
Uh-huh.
April 21 would be second reading, regular council meeting.
Okay, there we go. Now, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Through the mayor, because I think I just want to address Mr. Councilman's.
Okay, you're
point.
recognized.
You can have the planning and zoning after first reading.
That was my question. I think you saw my
Yep.
thought process there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, Vice Mayor Morera.
My only concern here is why a special call? Why not just do this in 2 consecutive monthly regular council meetings? We talked about this in the past. We don't want to have regular or special call meetings for no reason. I don't see the urge and the necessity to advance this on our calendars any more than it needs to be.
The applicant has an interest in, of course, having their application heard in a timely fashion. Unfortunately, the town messed up. Additionally, having a special call would not be, unlike other special calls that sometimes have been called, this is a very substantive one and would allow us to give it the due weight that it should have. I think stacking it as part of a regular council meeting some more, especially with the mid-year budget amendment coming up and everything else, is just asking for us to really, wreck our schedules.
I understand that. I just think that it sends the wrong message to our residents that we're giving a very large landowner special treatment by giving them their own meeting for their project. And I know that that's not the case. I'm just talking about the visual message that it gives out. So that's my main concern.
Okay, well, I want to assuage the residents that we're doing this precisely because we're listening to them, we're hearing them out, we're acknowledging an error on our part, and we're making it right. But at the end of the day, the applicant has property rights, right? And so we need to, make sure their due process rights are also upheld by not, unnecessarily delaying the votes on these issues. And at the end of the day, the public is now well aware of this project. Again, we just, right before we went to your public comments and Lorenzo's public comments, we were very clear that first reading would be April 1st. That gives them more than 30 days to be able to plan to attend there, on top of the notice they've already had. Then we have the planning and zoning meeting in between the first reading and then second reading, which will be at the April RCM. And again, I think that, that's usually when we start considering the mid-year budget amendment. So I just don't want us to get bogged down in too many, big items that we're going to be here well past what we should be. Councilman Herzberg?
It's not germane to this, but I want to bring up the point, and just to let you know, I might have another motion after this regarding the notice. I was informed that typically the applicant pays for the notices, but the reason we have to renotice was an error on the town. So we also should discuss about the town paying for that notice because it was the town's fault. I just thought we should discuss that after we confirm this. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, our ordinance already provides that if it's the deferral's on the town, we have to pay for the notices, so.
So we don't have to do any motion then?
No.
Okay, then great.
Okay, any further discussion on the deferment? And again, Madam Clerk, just be clear, this is a deferment of the first reading to a special call meeting on April 1st, 2026. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no?
No.
Okay, let's do a poll, just be clear. I had one no, but I just want to make sure. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion passes.
By your vote, show 13A and 13B deferred for their first reading to April 1st, 2026. All right, we are now on public comments. Madam Clerk, please read the rules into the record.
Yes. Good evening and welcome. Public comments will be heard at the beginning of each meeting, and once all are heard, public comments will be closed. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes. All comments or questions from the public will be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the public meeting, 3 minutes maximum per person. We welcome as well the public attending via remote online, and if you wish to speak, as I always state, please raise your hand by clicking on the reactions icon and selecting raise hand. IT will allow each participant to speak at a time. And if you called just to listen or to also participate but via phone, the only thing you need to do is raise your hand by pressing *9, and IT as well will allow you to speak. Welcome. If you want to provide your public comments live here in council chambers, just approach the podium and state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. First speaker tonight I see is Bonnie Cintron. Step on up to the mic. Oh, yeah, it's still I turned it off before we came back up here. Got it? There you go.
Bonnie Cintron, 14770 Lewis Road. New information had just come to me about an hour before the meeting, so I haven't gotten my head around it, and I could not hear what you were saying among yourselves up there, so just bear with me. I'm not sure I'll be here when you have the meeting to discuss what you just put to April 1st. So I'm going to go with what I had for tonight. And that was, first, good evening, Mayor Dieguez, council members, Mr. Peterman, and staff. Here we go again. Look out the window, and you will see a 7-story building that needed a variance to get built. And now another one is going up right at one of the most congested intersections in our town. And still, the Graham companies are not satisfied, and they're asking for zoning changes or future land use map changes so that they can build 4 more apartment buildings. This cannot be allowed to happen. We are told that developers have the right to develop land that they own, but I also know that someone's rights stop at the point where they infringe upon or do harm to someone else. I doubt you could find anyone other than the developers and realtors who actually want more residents in this town. Evidently, the zoning or future land use map can be changed or modified according to how the council decides to vote. I've just had additional information that state laws come into the play here. We'll have to address that when I learn more about that. But please do not try to convince us that returning the space to the original commercial zoning would generate more traffic than 4 more apartment buildings would. No matter how many businesses the law would require that had to be accommodated in that space, it doesn't mean that that many businesses would actually decide to locate there. And also, if the applicants who were granted permission to locate there were kept to a relatively small type of enterprises, there would not be a lot of traffic from employees or customers. Yesterday, I went to the park at Lake Patricia by the beach and took a photo of a plaque that's posted there to describe to visitors what our town is supposed to look like. Lake Patricia was the first part of the town that was developed, and the lake is named after the founder's wife. William Graham Sr.'s vision was to provide a refuge for families to escape the hustle and bustle of urban sprawl. Miami Lakes was designed to emulate small town USA. Just because the population in all of South Florida is exploding does not mean that we are obligated to open this town to more development, more congestion, more residents, and a lesser quality of life. I implore you to do what you were elected to do, and that is protect the people you govern. The Grahams always seem to win, but this time we hope you will hear the voice of your constituents. It is you, our town council members, who can save what is left of our town. So we're watching how you vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker to the podium, Mr. Martinez.
Evening, everyone. Miguel Martinez, 17670 Northwest 78th Avenue. This is regarding new business item 16H. Be advised, the intent of the Blasting Advisory Board was not to file a lawsuit to control the effects of blasting. The committee was, and I quote, established to discuss and provide the town council with recommendations and possible solutions to ease the effects of rock mine blasting, end quote. The reality is the issue is multifaceted, as is a solution. A great deal of this is based on science, law, and unfortunately, individual interpretation of both. The first two are objective. The challenge is dealing with the latter. My time on the Blasting Advisory Board has been marked with frustration at a job that is imperative to be done and completed. That is, at no time was the Blasting Advisory Board considered to be a permanent committee. However, without a finite path of completion, it would be impossible to offer a realistic timeline. I can assure you, we are well underway of finding an equitable solution to coexist with our neighbors. Recently, a change in tact has occurred. It was not planned, but as stated, the path is dynamic, and the fact that several members of the BAB are named as plaintiffs in this lawsuit, that this council unanimously voted in favor of pursuing. As stating as such, it would be expected that the council would be in full support of this action, as the legal team has proven itself to be taking the endeavor pro bono. That being said, the BAB will continue to center itself as a source of information to the council, the residents, and the public at large. As stated in the January council meeting, the BAB will continue to advocate the executive and legislative fronts, along with educating the public in knowledge and support. I will also add, as a personal privilege, even though a majority of this council has been prior members of this committee, Councilman Fernandez offered me an opportunity for my first presentation on the matter at his office. Councilman Herzberg and Attorney Raul Gestesi, along with their firms, have further earned my respect in their actions for doing the right thing. I respectfully request a vote against this motion. The work initiated needs to be completed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Colonel.
William Perez, 7280 Miami Lake Way South. Good evening, gentlemen, lady. I'm looking at the item dealing with the feasibility study for traffic alternatives. And I know you're going to know what I'm going to say, if you have a memory. And I know you're going to know what I'm going to say, Councilman Garcia, because I ran on it. And that was dealing with the Graham's company and requiring a traffic study before they were putting up that huge complex next to the golf course. And that was voted down. So now we shifted the cost quite clearly to the taxpayer. You know, we have an opportunity again to make it right. This time, the Graham Company is going to ask for a shift of zoning over near what's called Governor's Square area. And we have the opportunity to require, besides the mobility fee, that they pay for a traffic feasibility study. I'm all in favor of their development plans, by the way. Anytime you can increase the tax base, that's a good thing. Anytime you can increase the population and services and opportunities here for people who live in Miami Lakes, that's a good thing. But it's not a good thing to shift a traffic study to the taxpayers. So I'll request, when you finally consider this, that once again, you shift that cost to them. Besides mobility fee, that traffic study be done by them, paid by them, and it has to be independent, third party. And it has to be approved by the town manager and the public works person. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Any other speakers in chambers? Welcome, Ms. Herrera. Mrs. Herrera.
I have a new mantra, be a little bit like Mirta. So, few things, items deferred by town attorneys on emails that I have sent. One regarding procedure failure for P&Z meeting, procedure failure for proper written notice and public posting. Mayor Dieguez, I'll remind you, you publicly said you were gonna do a full investigation, not only for this incident, for everything that's been handled by that department. I expect proposal to clarify and to publish those. The lack of trust that this action has taken, you guys are gonna have to work very hard for it. But anyway, town attorney ordinance on whether there has been an amendment or ordinance that supersedes 17207, language clarification for P&Z code ordinance, timeliness prescribed in table 13309, couldn't find it. I had a PTSD moment at the P&Z meeting when one of the board members said, you know, builders have rights. I'm tired of hearing builders have rights. The number one rights should be the rights of the residents. I overheard one of the Graham families say, well, people are never gonna be happy with what we bring, but this is our business. Well, I'm here to tell you this is our home. This is our home, and anybody who supports what it's bringing to the table should be ashamed, because you owe it to your residents. The final decision is not yours. We will mobilize everybody in this county like we did for the park, and we will block this and we will stop it. The more you deviate from the original zoning, the more you invite chaos. This is Bill Barimo, a resident of Miami Lakes who's an architect. Just keep that in mind. The more you deviate from the original zoning, the more chaos you invite. And I think it's a travesty that the Grahams brought a very emotional item to get that ordinance passed, to promise the senior citizens they will have a age in place, and then they back out because there's no punitive damage to them. That's not happening. In some, if the Grahams now threaten to do the Live Local Act, I will 200% not only support it, but I will promote it. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mr. Manager, Hilda Fernandez, address withheld according to Florida Statute 119. Good evening. I'm a little bit late to the ball, apparently, on the issue that has been deferred today relating to the rezoning that has been proposed by the Grahams. Did not come to the public zoning, to the P&Z hearing. Happy to hear the item has been deferred, primarily because it would give an opportunity to properly notice the planning and zoning meeting. I understand that through the rules of procedure, you can proceed with a first ordinance reading without having gone to P&Z. This is not the final decision. However, in light of the sensitivity of the issue, I am so happy you deferred it, because even though you could, through your rules of procedure, in fact, have a first hearing of an ordinance without having it gone to P&Z, If there is nothing else that you all should endeavor to do, is to provide full and complete transparency. That is all the residents of this community ask for, and there's definitely all we expect from our elected leaders. In my opinion, should it not even have been added to the agenda for you all to have had to take an action to defer something like that had been so controversial when it went to the P&Z in light of the noticing issue. So with that, I want to thank you. I know you do not work full-time in this job. This is something you do. You put yourself out there to be elected to represent your constituents, and you do that with good intentions, and sometimes these things happen. But as Susana, Ms. Herrera said, it is crucial for you to maintain trust in the process and trust in you and your ability to represent us. The gentleman mentioned he agrees with anything that includes our tax base. It is great to say that, and I am the first person who's not a NIMBY because I worked for an organization that had to deal with a lot of NIMBY. But at the end of the day, it's easy to say that when that is not happening next to your neighborhood where 1,000 people and their traffic or whatever is going to directly impact you. I don't live in the neighborhood impacted by that directly, but like every other resident in West Miami Lakes, anything that funnels to 154th is going to affect all of us over there. So thank you again for deferring the item today. We look forward to the opportunity to come back when this item is presented, fully noticed in front of the P&Z, and certainly when it comes to first and second reading. Thank you. If it gets to that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, any other speakers in chambers? Going once, going twice, seeing that. Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
Yes. Ms. Lisette Perez, welcome to the meeting.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm speaking, my address is 8365 Mentez Terrace. I'm speaking regarding the new development by the Graham Companies. Again, we're dealing with significant congestion.
I'm sorry, Ms. Perez. Hold on, because we can't hear a thing. Can you please move closer to the mic, and can IT?
IT, can you please erase the volume? We cannot hear the speaker,
and then please start her time over. And please start her time over, and then Ms. Perez, please start from the top if you may.
Can you hear me better now, or?
Keep speaking into it so we can check.
Can you hear me better now?
No, we need IT to turn it up a bit more.
IT, can you turn the volume up on the speakers? Try it again, Ms. Perez.
Ms. Perez, go ahead. Testing 1, 2, 3 or something.
Hello?
It's getting worse.
It seems like it's getting worse. So, Ms. Perez, please hold. We'll come back to you just to see if they can, resolve that issue. Is the other person with the hand raised able to speak and with the better volume?
Is there another participant? I see a number. Good evening. The telephone number ending in 893. If you wish to speak, please do so now.
Do you hear me?
We hear you, but
same issue. Same issue.
Okay. Dr. David Bennett, 15830 Northwest 83rd Place. Are we clear?
Yes.
Are we good?
Good.
Okay, great. Okay, yes. I am happy that you did defer this item. I, didn't receive notification either. It kind of harkens back to the development that was slated for 154th Street and the Palmetto Expressway, the 7-story building. I heard it at the last minute to attend. So thank you for deferring this so we can actually look at this project. I guess a month from now would be fine. I think we can see that. I do want to invite everybody in chambers to come join our Charter Commission meeting this Thursday, the 26th. It's very important that you participate at this point. It allows you to have the checks and powers necessary in order for you to put forward your wants and desires on our council. So please attend Thursday's meeting, and there'll be, I believe, an item on the agenda referencing recall parameters and so on and so forth. So I want you to be aware that it is available to you. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to Ms. Perez and give her an opportunity to wrap up her public comments.
Ms. Perez? Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Welcome.
All right, welcome. Thank you. So I'm speaking regarding the new development by the Graham companies. I live in the west side of Miami Lakes. We've been putting up with so many new developments, the new apartments that they've put up, increased congestion from traffic congestion from 170th as well. But this one development is just one too many. Again, we are dealing with a lot of significant congestion with only one road, Miami Lakes Drive, serving as the main exit on the west side. All the traffic funnels into one small road, creating daily bottlenecks and frustration. Unlike Pembroke Pines, which prioritize building adequate roads before adding new homes, Miami Lakes has expanded its infrastructure to keep up with has not expanded its infrastructure to keep up with the pace of the developments. To make matters worse, there's another project that's coming up on the east side that will also add even more traffic to already overburdened streets. Before this project proceeds, have we done a comprehensive traffic analysis or survey that shows the projected increase in traffic? We want to know what specific measures the Graham companies plan to implement to alleviate potential traffic jams as well. As a resident of this city, I want to emphasize the importance of your decisions for our community's future. The choices that you make today will impact not just current residents, but generations to come. Additionally, one main additional fact is that the unique road layout, including the sharp curves near the development site, raises questions about the safety and traffic management. Are there any plans, perhaps, of the Graham companies to add additional exits or infrastructure to support the increased traffic? It is the responsibility of the town and zoning officials to ensure that new developments meet community needs without creating new infrastructure problems. We demand that the councilmen do their job and protect the quality of life for Miami Lakes residents. The development in question was initially approved as a 55 and over community, but now plans are changing to benefit developers financially, leaving Miami Lakes residents to bear the burden. This will only add congestion and overcrowded business district, increasing the risk of car accidents in the area. We insist on seeing a comprehensive traffic impact report. What justifications can the zoning committee possibly have for approving further development in such a congested area? It is outrageous to witness how the west side of our city is being transformed without regard for community needs and well-being. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. I don't see any of the speakers, but do you, Madam Clerk?
No, not in remote public comments. I do have written public comments that I need to share.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes. So my office received several emails that, as I always do, I state for the record. There were emails considered written public comments. The first one is from Mr. Albert Aguiar. I received it. I share with the elected officials, and you also have copies on the dais. And he is in opposition to any changes to the zoning and vote against the proposed Flume amendment, which has been deferred. Second email is from Ms. Rocio Garcia, as well against the item, against the Graham's project. Written public comments from Ms. Susana Herrera, objecting to the proposed Flume amendment and objecting to the approval of any zoning change. Written public comment from Mr. Peter Thomas, exactly the same, objecting to the proposed Flume amendment and objecting to the approval of any zoning change. Mr. Eduardo Betancourt, in opposition to any proposed Flume amendment and objecting to the approval of any zoning change. Written public comment from Ms. Esther Colon, objecting to the proposed flow amendment, objecting to the approval of any zoning change, and an additional written public comment from Ms. Esther Colon in support of item 16I, the one of the preliminary strategic planning workshop. And that is all we received.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comments is now closed. Council, I need a motion to reopen the order of business, please.
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. I see that our Miami-Dade tax collector is here with us in the room, Dario Fernandez. Please, everyone, give him a warm welcome. He is here on items that myself and Councilman Garcia wanted to raise before the board. Now that he's here, though, my request would be to go ahead and move 16B and F to before 10A, 10B, and 10C to go ahead and debate and discuss those items and take them up while he's here.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the agenda is amended as stated. With that, I'll begin with my item 16B. Let me actually pull it up directly. 16B, the new business items. We're taking that up now. So, just like many of you have seen in the news, our tax collector and many other local government representatives have been involved in doing their part, doing whatever we can locally to try to put the squeeze on the Cuban administration, the Cuban regime, and the people who knowingly or unwittingly support their operations. And so, and I'll be quick, that with my particular item, it was addressing Commissioner Milian Orbis's request, and also a request that I got separately from the tax collector, Dario Fernandez, to go ahead and adopt a resolution that would support compliance with federal sanctions and programs related to Cuba. So, following in essence the efforts that they have and providing a resolution that supports what they are doing. So I'll move it with that.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor. Oh, wait, Councilman Fernandez, go ahead.
I just want to add, can I add myself as a co-sponsor?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, please note Councilman Fernandez as a co-sponsor on 16B. All right, any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 16B passes. And now, Councilman Garcia, we'll go to you to introduce 16F.
Thank you, Mayor. Great minds think alike, I believe.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, point of, you need to waive the section.
Oh, yeah, so, okay, on 16F, we need to waive 7.4, right? 7.4, 7.2, the 7.2 requirement. So it's been moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by?
Second.
By Councilmember Fernandez. All those in favor on the waiver, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The 7.2 is waived. Okay, now, Councilman Garcia, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Parliamentarian.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. I want to thank our tax collector, Dario Fernandez, for being here and for being an advocate for Cuba and what a lot of us here have families who've suffered. My personal family has suffered. It is unconscionable to allow the Cuban regime to benefit in any way from any business done here in any business that's not following the rules established by the federal government or the state to do business with that island and that illegal regime. To that note, my item, and I would also love the entire council to co-sponsor this item, if you would like, is to prepare a resolution that instructs and it's already prepared, but instructs the manager to make sure that any business that has a business tax, a license here, is following all the rules and regulations stated by the government and by the state of Florida, not to do business with that regime. And if they are doing business with that regime, then we need to make sure that they lose their business, their business license to do a business here in Miami Lakes. So I guess that would also include any ordinances that have to be passed to make sure that comes into effect.
I'll second the motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded.
I'll also accept the
Discussion.
co-sponsorship.
Without objection, I'll tell the clerk to go ahead and add all the council as a co-sponsor on this item.
Could we allow Mr. Fernandez to say a couple words on the item?
Well,
before we
absolutely,
reopen?
yeah. So actually, Mr. Tax Collector, why don't you come on up as our special guest? The microphone should be on. Thank you for coming all this way, by the way. I know traffic is
No, it's
difficult
okay.
all
It's
over
okay.
Miami-Dade County.
That is
so-
something that we need to fix in Miami-Dade County, the traffic.
Exactly.
But that's,
I think you
know.
hang out with a lot of them, so.
Yeah. So first, I wanted to say thank you, God, for the opportunity to be here tonight with all of you. I think the issue with Cuba is not just about politics, it's about the national security of the United States of America. So good evening. Thank you, Mayor Dieguez, Vice Mayor, and member of the council. My name is Dario Fernandez, Miami-Dade County Tax Collector. I'm here today to support the town in creating coordination with my office to ensure that businesses' tax receipts are issued and renewed in full compliance with the laws. For more than 60 years, the Cuban Communist and Socialist regime has oppressed the people of Cuba and relied on support from other countries to stay in power. Families in our community know this firsthand. That is why full compliance with federal laws and authorization role is critical. The town of Miami Lake is doing the right things by making sure the rules are followed, communication is clear, and any business affected by federal restriction is carefully reviewed under the laws. This resolution promotes consistent enforcement, clear coordination, and transparency in the licensing process. My office stands ready to work with the town manager, mayor, and council to support compliance and protect the integrity of this process. Thank you for your consideration. God bless the town of Miami Lake, and God bless the United States of America.
Amen. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you so
Tax
much.
Collector.
Thank you.
If you want, just let us vote on this, and we'll go ahead and join you down there for a quick photo in support of your efforts. With that, any discussion on 16F? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Congratulations by your vote. 16F passes. So between 16B and F, we now have a resolution that will be drafted expressing our support for the efforts of the tax collector and the Miami-Dade County Commission, as well as directing our manager to conduct a review to ensure that businesses in the town are not running afoul of international law and supporting a brutal regime. With that, we're going to stand in a 5-minute recess. So we'll come back at 7:17. 7:17. All right,
It is
ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:17. We are going to resume the meeting now, beginning at 10A. Once again, 10A. That would be which committee here? Special
Committee
Needs Advisory
reports.
Board. Welcome, guys, and again, congratulations on a successful Mayor's Gala. I'm so glad that we were able to get this done for you guys. With that, Madam Chair, please go ahead and take it away.
Hello, good evening. Get my glasses here. All right, so since we were here last, I want to introduce you to one of our new members, Tammy. Welcome to the team. Also, an update from the last meeting. Ethan is our new secretary. Thank you. And we thank Kimberly for her service as secretary for the past year. Thank you so much. Okay, so we continue having our dance program where the students performed at the town's 25th anniversary celebration. They did a great job. We also continue with the contactless martial arts program and the animation program. We also sponsored Hope for Autism events like the fashion show, the holiday party, and the gala. We also provided the sensory-friendly space at the Mary Collins Community Center during the 25th anniversary of the town. A couple weeks ago, we had our annual Painting with a Twist event, which was a great success. It sold out in 10 minutes. We also sponsored the cooking class and pickleball tournament for Gigi's Playhouse. We continue to promote our special needs safety program, and we're currently working together with Parks and Rec to install the communication boards at the park. I know last time the item was not approved because the installation costs were a little bit too high. And so if Jeremy could come up here, he has an update, and hopefully maybe we can get this approved today. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Vivian. As the chair brought up, at the last meeting, they went ahead and presented. We did look at one of the providers and their cost for installation. We went ahead and looked at two other vendors. Installation at the same for the same scope was roughly the same price. So a cost-effective solution is going ahead and moving it off the rubber play and pour surface, installing it directly in the grass adjacent to the playground. So it's still going to be part of the playground. Is going to be a much more cost-effective solution in which they've already been able to move the funds at the $2,300 for 2 sites at this time. Doing so, we would forego the large sum that was tied up with the installation. We'll handle it in-house, and we'll be able to install 2 of these beautiful communications boards, which are bilingual. So one side will be in English, the other side in Spanish. So with that, I think that was the biggest hesitation, was the cost of the installation, and we already found a way to go ahead and install it in-house.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, back to you.
Okay, so we also helped town staff with planning of and execution of the Mayor's Gala, which again, it was a great success. And shout out to JV and Claricel. They did an amazing job. Okay, so some of the future projects we have in mind is a game night, and I'm gonna hand it over to Kim and Ethan so they can explain the event.
Hello, so Kimberly.
Hello, this is Ethan Rivero, Secretary of Miami Lakes Special Needs Advisory Board.
Yeah, so I wanted to actually thank Ethan for bringing the game night idea to hopeful fruition now. What we did is we started a subcommittee to go over all the details for game night, and essentially what it would be is a very sensory-friendly game night at the Roberto Alonso Community Center. We're going to be bringing in retro arcade machines. We're going to have a sensory...
Laser tag.
Yes, laser tag. We're gonna have food and refreshments, all by local businesses.
Yeah.
You know, I had to include that. We also have a great lineup of local vendors, vendor participation. So we're gonna have Vita Custom Design doing live 3D printing. They're gonna be printing like little fidget toys, and people can come and sign up to get their fidget toys made and actually watch them being made, which will be really cool. We've also are partnering with the Learning Hive here local to Miami Lakes, and they're going to be providing a sensory-friendly arts and craft station, and as well as a calm down corner. And we're very happy to say that we've partnered with South Florida ABA Therapy Centers, and they're going to be providing RBTs that night. So you don't have to worry. As a parent of a child with special needs, I avoid going to certain events because if it's just gonna bring a lot of anxiety, and I know one kid's gonna go this way, one kid's gonna be running out the door, one kid is jumping off of something, I won't go. So this alone, having RBTs there as floor support will be fantastic. We're looking to have other vendors like Arts for Autism there, Quest Martial Arts.
Quest Martial Arts. Dados Helados ice cream truck for the sweets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is really exciting. It'll be the first time that we do a sensory-friendly game night. So we are looking forward to it. We have 2 possible dates that we're looking on, but yeah, we're really excited and we hope that it gets passed.
Yes.
Excellent. Before we continue, Councilman Sanchez had a question.
About the game night, we have a tentative date of May 15th.
Yes.
What's the
Yes.
second date?
Well, May 15th was the first, I don't want to say the most popular. May 15th, we're leaning towards May 15th. The second date was May 2nd, but there's too many things happening that weekend when we looked at the calendar.
Okay.
So May 15th is looking like the stronger
Okay.
alternative.
And in order to have a successful event, what is your expected turnout?
As many people as the Roberto Alonso room will allow.
Okay.
Which we did discuss. And Isabella, can you remind me how many, was it 250, the capacity? She was just here a second ago. 250? Yeah, I believe it's 250, but yes.
Okay. Well, anything we can do to, or at least I'll speak on for me, anything I can do to help promote and get people to attend, I'm more than happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And we were also looking at a Century Truck experience as a potential opportunity that we would look at ourselves. And we also have some other vendors that are also in the surrounding areas, like in Hialeah. Like one that I'm looking at specifically is Nowhere Comics. They just need more information, and also No Limits Coffee Shop in Kendall to help promote a special needs-led business. And as an individual with ASD myself, I think this is a great opportunity to promote our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you. Any questions?
Just through the chair.
Well, I saw Stephen
sorry, go ahead.
just before, so, okay, so Councilman Garcia, then Councilman Herzberg.
So Nowhere has Warhammer and they have D&D. You guys gonna do a little D&D and Warhammer kind of stuff?
Well, we
or
haven't
just
really
80s theme video games?
I would like to add that there will not be any violent games. I
Yes.
did forget to mention that.
okay.
There won't
Yes.
be any violent.
And the games will be courtesy from Flynn's Arcade.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, nice.
Yes.
Okay.
I like the
But in
partnership.
regards to D&D and Warhammer, as much as I like to, I think that I think they may be a little too long.
Of
I would
course.
say as a player myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Fair.
I'm there. so
That's fair.
thanks.
That's fair. Councilman Herzberg.
This actually goes back to the last item, and I don't know if the director wants to come up. How much was the total for both? Did you say 2,300 for both and still, like, everything?
It was 2,300 per location. So right now they're looking at veterans and Royal Oaks to start the initiative.
And the last quote was something like 10,000, or I forgot. a
It
huge
was
number.
it was 50, closer to 15.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's a number that sounds a lot better. I get if one thing that I just a general comment, because I discussed with the manager. I want to make sure that we get what you need that's new approved, because we're supposed to approve your new items, right? So we can either piecemeal it or we can just approve the report. Sometimes we forget to do that. So I just want to make sure we do that. So we can make sure to tell us what's new. For example, the game night's new, right? So I love the idea. I want to approve it. So let's just make sure when you're done presenting that we approve that.
Right, so we have another new item with Jesse's going to be presenting.
Hello, Council and everyone else. What we want to bring up is the Family Cafe. Maybe the mayor remembers I spoke about it at one of our previous meetings. And I'll read something that I have here just so you can have an idea of what the Family Cafe is and what it is that we would love to do. The Family Cafe is a statewide nonprofit that hosts a conference described as the largest statewide cross-disability event in the nation. You heard that right, in the nation. It brings together self-advocates, families, educators, service providers, and policymakers to share resources, learn best practices, explore assistive technologies, and strengthen partnerships that promote inclusive communities. Attending this conference directly aligns with our mission to create a model town for inclusion, right? That is our model. Participation will allow us to gain valuable insight into the evolving needs of individuals with disabilities, discover innovative programs and strategies, and build connections with organizations that are successfully advancing inclusive practices. I do want to mention this is from birth to retirement, so it is a wealth of knowledge and resources. We propose sending 6 advisory board members to attend on Saturday, June 13th, with an estimated budget of between $2,750 to $3,000 to cover transportation and 1 day of boarding. This investment in professional learning and collaboration will provide actionable ideas that can accelerate our efforts toward building a truly inclusive community for all. We just heard how much we received at our mayor's gala, which I am, wow. I mean, words are not enough to express my gratitude to everyone that supported, that attended, that had even the smallest part in it. And we want to make sure that we put that money to good use, that we actually do the best and the most that we can to serve our community and the individuals with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go on, is there a motion?
I'll
on that
move.
request? It's been moved by Councilman Garcia. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Councilman Sanchez. Discussion? Starting with Councilman Sanchez. Any discussion?
No, I think it's you know, the research, the ROI on the 2,750 to 3,000, I think is going to be exponential. So I am more than happy to support this educational endeavor to expand on the database that we have for our special needs advisory, our special needs community.
Councilman Garcia, you want to say anything? Anyone else?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to support it for the same reason. I think that the benefit you guys will get will be great for our community, right? And help you guys be better at your services and what you provide. So I think this is a no-brainer. And again, we're going to raise you even more money, so we'll easily be able to make this back. So with that, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The item is approved. Thank you. Next person.
So do we need to do a motion for the game night?
What was the?
So I mean, I'll go bring this up and fix the report system. We can just make one motion at the end of the report. All I want to know is, because I had seen the issue in some other reports, what we approved, we didn't. We just need to approve your report, and if it's something we don't want to add, because it says future projects, pending matters, consideration. In reality, we should create a line that says new items, because we continuously allow you to continue the events for any committee. This is about any committee. We always continuously allow you to continue with the events you already do. Right. But when you add new ones, we need to approve those. That's all I'm saying. But we can just make this motion at the end of the report, in my opinion. Unless there's something we don't want to
no,
approve.
but I think was there something else you wanted to bring up as an update, or?
Or as really a new item. That's the most important thing for us to do, is new items that we need to approve.
Yeah. No, but I just want to see if they had finished giving their oral report. Nothing further?
No. Just one more thing. On April 10th, we're going to be having the Art Without Limits Gallery opening night, which you already approved. So I want to invite you all. It's going to be a great event. I'm super excited. We already had artists fill out the registration forms. So please put it on your calendars. Put it on your calendars, April 10th from 6 to 8. And that's all.
All right, is there a motion to adopt the report?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. All those in favor say
Aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 10A is complete. We accept your report. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you all for your service.
With that, we are now on 10B, the Veterans Committee.
Not being biased or anything, but the best committee.
I think you're a little biased, sir.
A little bit.
All right. Good evening, gentlemen. Well, good evening, Madam Clerk. All right, here's the Veterans Committee report. I'm going to just brief changes or new items. I do listen. The new item basically is we're going to change the Veteran Scholarship. It's kind of run its course. We're getting the same family over and over again for 3 times. And it just seems that, you know, we are less than 1% of the population and just not a lot of folks who qualify for that. So what we wanted to do is help the veterans who are permanent residents at the VA facility here at the VA hospital. And we're going to do a bingo night with them. There's about 40 residents there. Many of them been there since Vietnam, amputees, quadriplegics, paraplegics. And we already been doing this, but we've been paying out of pocket, the American Legion and the Knights of Columbus. And so we decided, to make it nicer, because what we do is we give them little gift cards that they use for the little exchange that they have inside the Veterans Hospital, where they buy things for themselves, So we just wanted to make it a little bit nicer for them, a little bit better. It's about $1,000, and that's probably all it's going to cost for the whole year for 4 events. So that's one thing I need a motion on. The other thing is we are going to start doing a poppy flower sale. A lot of folks don't know what that is, but it came from World War I. And you may remember when you were really young, those little red flowers that are being passed out by veterans. And it deals with a battle that happened in World War I in Flanders Field, which over 40,000 young men lost their lives in that one field alone. And a poem was written by John McCrae, who was a lieutenant colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces, who was a doctor who was working at Flanders Field while the war was going on. And I'm going to read the poem in the record. In Flanders Field, the poppies grow, between the crosses, row and row, that mark our place in the sky. The larks still bravely sing and fly. Scarcely heard are the guns below. We are dead. Short days ago we lived. We felt the dawn. We saw the sunset glow. We loved and were loved. And now we lie in Flanders Field. Take up our quarrel with our foe. To you from our failing hands we throw. The torch be yours to hold high. If you break the faith with us who died, we shall not sleep, though the poppies grow in Flanders Field. So it's a very moving poem about, and in fact, some of my hippie friends in here may know the song "Where Have All the Flowers Gone," and that's from the 1960s, and it was actually inspired by this poem. Now I know you're gonna all YouTube it, go, boy, Bill's very old. It's from my era. Thank you very much. I'm not going to let that go. But anyway, some happier news. We raised over $62,000 in the 5K. Thank you all for being there and passing out the medals as I'm starting to call it our little Olympics. So I really appreciate that. And of course, we're going to be using some of that money for the monument. And the campaign has started with the monument, a GoFundMe page. I put it up today, and we already made $1,600 in one day.
Yeah.
So
That's
I'm
excellent
hoping.
news, by the way. And but if you could do us all a favor, if you can share with all of us, so we can also post it and expand your reach in essence.
Right.
So,
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will do that. That way, expand our reach. And I haven't even hit all the rich people yet in this town. There's many. I'm looking at one.
you mean like?
I'm looking right at one.
Oh, you're talking about the attorney, of course.
I'm looking at the other one. I see two people in my sights.
Oh.
I know they want their names on a plaque on that monument. I know it. Anyway, so let's see. Yeah, that's it. Any questions? I just need that one motion to.
So before we get into motions on his request, do we have general questions or comments first? Councilman Sanchez and then Councilman Fernandez.
Well, I don't
Yes,
know what
sir.
to do with the Veterans Committee anymore. I mean, they're self-funding. They're a well-oiled machine. A Marine is running it, for crying out loud. I mean, I'm just happy they're
We're
not.
lean, we're green.
Huh? But I will say that there's other events also that are coming up. I saw them on your report. Next Friday specifically is a casino night.
That's right.
And as someone that frequents the VA often, it's one thing to hear about it, and it's one thing to see about it, about the veterans that come back and are from the Vietnam era and the Korean War and things, and even Iraq and Afghanistan. And I apologize if I get a little emotional because it hits close to home, to see how their morale is. And in those gift cards that the Colonel was mentioning before, they go such a long way. I know exactly what exchange he's talking about. It's a small little, maybe 1,500 square foot store right next to the lobby of the VA, down the hallway of the lobby. So I'm fully going to support everything that was introduced tonight. And I invite you all to join me on the 28th of February at Pace for the casino night, which is being hosted by the Knights of Columbus and the American Legion Post 144, which is right here in the town of Miami Lakes, which we're very grateful that he is also a vice commander on there, with Gary Cardenas being the commander of it. So the 28th of February, Pace, I will send you all the link to purchase your invitations and your tickets, and have fun, play, gamble a little bit, and here's some pretty awesome war stories that are from all the veterans that are going to be there, because once you hear them face to face, it's very different than reading it in a book or seeing it on a TV screen.
Yeah,
I
that
really
casino night, we've had great sponsors. We're going to get a dinner. Casavana's donated the dinner. It's a healthy dinner, too, because I made sure that it was healthy. You get a free cigar, and you're going to have one whether you like it or not. And we have Domino's, and we have the casino. And the casino company we picked was the one who did the Mayor's Gala Casino. So it's going to be a really well-done event.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Councilman Fernandez.
I want to first thank you, Colonel. Thank you, seriously. Thank you for your service to our country and to the town. We really appreciate it. I can't thank you enough. I want to also add that, for the record, I ran the fastest in the run. I was fourth in my age group overall, but I did outrun my fellow colleagues.
Congratulations.
And I will support whatever, if you ask me, I'll support, sponsor whatever you
I
ask.
appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Sorry we don't have a medal below bronze to give the fourth place winner.
Well, see, it sounds
Maybe
like we
we'll
have
get-
someone who's projecting over here.
We'll have
you know?
maybe we'll make a tin medal, made a tin, lead.
All right, with that, I'll Councilman Herzberg, and then let's get some motion going.
Just quickly, the poppy flower sale, that's actually really interesting. I remember I went to Canada once, and they, sometime of the year, I think November, and everyone had it, right? So
Yes.
it's something I not well known. That's a really cool idea. I know you like historical stuff, so I appreciate you bringing that back out. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. With that said, is there a motion?
I move to approve everything.
What was, spell out in detail? Are you
I am
both items, or?
On both items. I am moving to approve both items.
All right, or do you have, you already wrote them down what they are? Okay, perfect. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Chairman.
right.
Thank you.
I'm just making sure I see Isabella and see if I've forgotten anything. I don't think so. Reallocation? Oh,
Wait.
someone, I've been told the reallocation is for the renderings, the changing in the renderings. Oh, and by the way, I got to thank Jeremy. Jeremy for taking all the time. Sorry. I thought I was done. Hey, the educational, if the special needs can do it, I can do it too. But, so, thanks, Jeremy, for helping me with the, dealing with the whole renderings and stuff for the monument. We need a reallocation of $400 to pay for the re-renderings that were done at the new location. And I don't
Where are you
know if I
pulling
have
it
to do, huh?
Where are you pulling it from?
From the 5K run.
Oh, from the 5K, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. All right, 10C. Yep, that would be you guys, Education Advisory Board.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, town manager, and Madam Clerk. Thank you for hearing us out tonight. It has been an honor to be the Education Advisory Board Chair for the past 2 years, and thank you for coming to some of our initiatives, the annual spelling bee, the Town Awards of Excellence, and for helping also with the book drive that we have in the town. That's really the only 3 things that we do as of right now. Hopefully we can add more things in the future. We'd like to thank you for your continued support of education in our community. And I'm here to respectfully request additional funding so we can sustain and expand some of the programs that directly benefit our residents. Our committee currently operates on a budget of just $1,000. While $15,000 was generously donated to the town, these funds go directly to support the Imagination Library, not available for our committee initiatives. With our current budget, we run the 3 primary programs I spoke about, the annual spelling bee, which is a lot of fun. Thank you for coming to that. The Awards of Excellence and our community book drive. This is the 2nd year of the spelling bee, and it recognizes some of the top spellers in our community. Community partners like Vicky Bakery generously donate food, but we must cover the annual trophy update, the school plaque, the basic event needs such as decorations and supplies, many of which have been paid out of pocket by our committee members because no funds exist in our budget right now. The annual Awards of Excellence cost approximately $3,500 to host. We're fortunate to receive significant support from sponsors such as Headquarter Toyota, but the event still requires additional resources to sustain its quality and impact. Additionally, we currently have no funds to purchase new books for our residents. While our book drives collect community donations, many of the books received are not new, limiting what we can provide to the families in our community. To help offset these costs, we propose a new item, which would be a small adjustment to the graduation banner program. By increasing the price by just $10 above the cost, we estimate raising approximately $700 to $800 annually. These funds would directly support the spelling bee, allow us to provide new books to residents at town events. This request represents a practical investment in literacy, recognition of student achievement, and community engagement. We respectfully ask your support so that we can continue serving our residents at the level that they deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration. So that would be the new initiative that we would like for you to vote on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any comments, questions before we vote? Councilman Herzberg?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Why only $10?
That's what I was going to ask.
Oh, we thought that would be, we didn't want to increase it too much.
Why not?
And shock the people.
In my
but-
opinion, you guys should increase it to what you believe you need. $10, $20, is someone not going to make the decision based off $10? You can just double your budget right there going to 20. So in my opinion, I think 20 is a reasonable number.
Okay, I'll go with that.
It's up to you, but.
Yeah, we were debating that and we thought 20, maybe some people might be too much, but if
Right,
you guys
that-
think we could do it, I mean.
That's the
yeah, we
decision
can
you
vote.
guys have to make.
Yeah, we would
Maybe-
just like your approval to be able to
Can we
increase it.
just approve them
for a
to allow
profit.
them to increase, and then you guys can decide what that
The
number
amount?
is?
That would be great.
We could always do an approval up to 20.
Up to 20, okay, if that's
They
what
could-
you, yeah.
If they want to go lower, they can. Councilman Sanchez?
I just exactly what he was going to say. Why only $10? I mean, $700. What is the pool of children you'll be able to help with $700? I concur with Councilman Herzberg that it should be up to 20.
20,
Yeah.
okay. Up to
So
20.
I'll put a motion on the floor to increase the banner
Thank
price from 100 to up to 120.
Before we take the motion, are there any other discussion points or questions on anything in the report? Because I'd rather just take the whole report at once. If other
Yeah, I
people
just
talk.
have one comment
Go ahead.
as far as the budget,
Mhm.
right? Are you guys looking into or considering any events that you can hold that might generate a little revenue for you?
We haven't looked into that, but
Yeah.
that, we definitely could, yes.
That seems to be the trend.
Yeah,
and-
that
and-
most of the committees are doing, yeah.
Not that you're going to do something like that, but maybe Education Olympics or something that the
Yeah.
registration fees against all the schools that battle against each other, something you come up with a registration fee that can go, all the money proceeds go to your budget. something like that.
Thank you for that
with
an
your
idea.
experience,
Definitely,
and,
yeah.
and I'm sure you guys can use
Thank you so much.
resources. You already know to put that together. Just an idea. We're encouraging all the committees to try to think out of the box and bring in some, to help them, because we're going to have, going forward,
Yeah.
as you know, a lot of issues with budgeting and trying to find money and stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
thank you so much. But I think that's what you're doing is great.
Thank you.
Alrighty, Councilman Sanchez, I'll accept your motion as a motion to adopt the report with the caveat of the price being up to $20 at their discretion. So moved by Councilman Sanchez. Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Herzberg. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Alrighty, we are now on back to item number 7, appointments. I do have one committee appointment by Councilman Stephen Herzberg, and that is of Ms. Tammy L. Hassan to the Special Needs Advisory Board. She's here with us today, so if she could please stand and be recognized. Ms. Hassan, thank you so much for taking the initiative and being a part of our community. We don't always get newly appointed committee members to come, so I'm going to take full advantage of the fact that you're here to say, we really, truly respect you guys for volunteering your time. At one point or another, all of us have served on committees, so we know the struggle. We know what you guys go through, and we truly appreciate you freely giving your time and devotion to making our town a better place, and in this case, making our town a better place for those with special needs. So thank you so much. Let's give her another round of applause. And with that, we will move on to
Vice
our manager's
Mayor.
reports. Oh, go ahead.
Before we proceed with manager's report, I just wanted to let you know that 2 items need to be added to the agenda. You all have them. It's what would be item 16M, which is a new business item that was submitted late by Mayor Dieguez, and item 17B, which is a council report or a mayor report. Mayor Dieguez submitted a report from his trip to Day. So I would like for you
I'll move
all
to
to
reopen
take
the
note.
agenda.
Yes.
I'll second.
There's a motion to reopen the agenda, seconded by, the motion by Councilman Garcia, seconded by Councilman Fernandez. There any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
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 Against say nay. Seeing none, the agenda is reopened for the addition of, and then the change that we're looking at is the addition of items 16, what were they?
16M for new business item, and item 17B, which is a council report.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move to add those 2 and also to waive the 7.4 special rules of order on both.
On both.
Second.
So moved by Councilman Garcia. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Fernandez. Any discussion?
Vice Mayor, another item for you to consider with the order of business? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You had pulled already item 12B, the feasibility study? Or Councilmember Garcia? Okay, I wasn't sure who had pulled it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
knew
we were both going to pull it.
It came from over there.
Yeah.
The consultant who's here that we proposed to do it is here, so if you want to couple it and put it together with the infrastructure report, I think it may be germane.
Move it up, is they're here?
You want to? Anyone want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to move it up since they're here.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Herzberg. Any discussion on that? And I'm going to treat that as an amendment to the main motion. Any comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, on the amendment of moving the item up to the infrastructure report?
Correct.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against say nay. Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. Now back to the main motion on adopting the change to the agenda. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we are back on to the manager's reports.
Major-elect.
Get excited about
Good evening, everybody. Lieutenant Eddie Ulloa. In reference to our January stats, we're showing a 33% decrease in our targeted crimes. Most noticeably, we had an 80% reduction in our burglary to vehicles. Additionally, during the month of January, we also made 2 arrests related to auto thefts within the town. Additionally, in reference to statistical analysis, we've issued 123 hazardous moving violations, 43 non-hazardous moving violations. We issued 29 parking violations and issued 44 verbal warnings and 27 written warnings as well for traffic enforcement. Moving forward, on February 22nd, we're going to be doing the Brianna Vergara 5K. I know a lot of you guys participate in that, so we'll see you guys there. And then the culinary bike tour, which is scheduled for Saturday, February 28th, will be there as well. Additionally, just a quick reminder, just for everybody, like not only for staff, but also for the residents, on the update to the new non-emergency number for 305 Sheriff. Anytime that we have, any instances where police is needed, I would really urge our constituents to employ the service of calling that number. Just to piggyback off of that is 305 Sheriff or 305-743-7433. I have nothing further at this time. Any questions?
Any comments, questions for?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilman Garcia.
Quick question. I'd like to actually ask to see if the staff can help you get that out on our social media and the websites and all that stuff. Yeah, so I'd like to move that. Maybe the manager can work with our sheriff's department to make sure that all that information, since it's a brand new number, make sure we use all of our social media and websites and everything we can to help you get that information out there. It helps with the 911. I mean, if you're calling non-emergency calls, getting those calls off 911 is a big help for everybody. A couple seconds could save lives. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we've done it before. I think we can do another reissue, and we'll pass that along.
Yeah, I think something like that should be, since it's brand new, should be a constant until people get used to it. Maybe, maybe for the next year, we continue to, hit that,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So people get used to it.
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? I just wanted to clarify something. Despite, yes, the change to 305 Sheriff, does 305 for police continue to work?
Yes, we still own the domain from my understanding, so it still does work. But obviously the main number 2 call is 305 Sheriff. Nonetheless, we're situated in such a way where even if they don't remember that number, they can call 911 and they transfer over. But obviously we want to eliminate the 911 from being used. So that way it just goes directly to the non-emergency number.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments.
Just
did
one
you have
last
some-
comment.
Go
I
ahead.
was speaking to some officers in Hialeah who happened to be my parents' neighbor. Good kid. I noticed this little kid he became, and he was telling me that they're running into a lot of teenagers. They arrested at least 3 or 4 teenagers in the west side of Hialeah with book bags, and they had tire irons. They had a bunch ready to go when it comes to robberies and stuff like that. And he says that he's seeing more of that. So just something that's happening in a neighboring town, and it usually happens in Hialeah. It may happen in Miami Lakes. I'm sure you guys are up aware of what's happening all around our neighbors, but just to keep an eye on that. He says he's seeing more active teenagers with tools for robbery.
Well, ironically enough, we arrested in January, we arrested that gentleman that was peering through cars and trying to open up cars in Main Street. So yeah, with the same MO, book bag with tire iron, et cetera. So it seems to be
and they had to charge him with loitering because they didn't see, he didn't have priors or any bench warrants or anything like that, but they had to. So I mean, it's a trend that's happening. But
yeah, we're aware. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'll go ahead and call the motion for vote. Seeing no further comment, those in favor say aye.
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 Those against say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. I'll now accept a motion to adopt the report itself. Anyone?
Yeah, I'll move it.
So moved by Councilman Garcia. Any second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Fernandez. Any discussion? Hearing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against say nay. Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mr. Santos.
Good evening, Council. Omar Santos, Public Works Director. Councilmember Garcia, if you want to lead with the discussion on 12B, just to start it off. Oh, okay. Or Vice Mayor, maybe 16K, and then I'll finish with my report.
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and do that. If you give me 1 second to get there.
Sorry, I put you guys on the spot.
No,
If you
you're
want, I can
good.
start.
You're just lucky that I don't have my iPad. I have my computer, so I'm running a little slower than normal. It was 16K to 21. Okay, so the reason I actually had this one moved to the reports was based on the manager's explanation to me that this issue is not being that maybe I misidentified projects.
Yes.
The project I identified was the one that's currently going out for appropriations. But you're saying that it's covered under one that's already funded.
Correct.
So I guess what I want to know is hard dates on when can I expect that section of the road to be redone, and for that approach specifically to be redone, because we're looking at and the fact that myself and other members on this dais are going to be running for a re-election is one thing, but the fact that that is a polling location for the midterm elections, as it was 2 years ago for the presidential elections, and frankly, it was embarrassing as a town to host that as an early voting location, and yet cars were just bottoming out constantly on that approach. I keep hearing different reasons for it not getting done. I just want it to get done.
Yes. So, as you mentioned, it's been a discussion for a while. What we decided to do, since we had that area already slated for drainage improvements, going ahead and doing the improvement before the drainage improvements might have actually caused us to destroy and spend the money twice. So we asked the designer for the Montrose drainage improvement, which is number 8 on the new table of the projects, to add it to that design. So currently that project was awarded in January. It's slated for start of construction the first week of March. We first want to do the drainage, and then we'll finish with the restoration items, which that entrance is part of it. Some of the things that I mentioned in the response is that we have to coordinate, because there may be a need for access adjustments to Mary Collins. Prefer to do it in one pour. It just makes it more complete, and the area is so tight that sometimes if we split it, it may get damaged. So those are some logistics that we're dealing with on our end. As far as the road itself, that project will not do a full resurface of the road. We have a project coming right after it, which is the Park West pedestrian improvement project, which will mill and resurface all of Montrose Road, and then Balgoan, all the way down to Ardoc Place. So with that project, you will have a full final road, but the entrance is part of the drainage project.
Okay.
Yes.
And just to be clear, I think you said March we would be starting
the drainage.
The drainage.
Yes.
But when would we finish the drainage and then move on to the ancillaries?
So when I was talking, I was trying to remember
the approach.
the timeline. I can't remember exactly, but there is an email. I'll forward it to you with the date.
Yeah, and I mean, ideally not even before November for the election, but also before 4th of July, which is one of the biggest events of the year, where that parking lot does get very full. I would love to see that completed.
I do remember it is before the elections.
Okay.
Before the 4th of July, I have to verify that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any?
Through the chair.
Well, yeah, you want to handle your point, or is it on mine?
A question on your item specifically.
Is yours on your point or on?
No, mine.
Okay, then go ahead, Councilman Herzberg.
Before the elections, August or November? Or November?
November.
Okay, so we still have August elections as well, but okay, understood, that's fine.
But I have to review the timeline, and I'll provide it through the manager, because if it is before July, I'll let you know.
And whether it be for the Independence Day or the August primaries or November, we'll work with the contractor to see how they can mitigate it, even if it's on a temporary basis for a day or, you know, for the early voting. We'll work with them and see if the project's still ongoing and they haven't done the final restoration and the final elevation there. We'll work with them to see how they can mitigate it for a day like the Independence Day celebration.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Councilman Garcia.
Just quick question about 59th Avenue, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, now I know it says 30% complete. I know we talked to the engineers, we had a discussion. They were nice enough to come on board, to meet with you guys on designs, and they committed to me and to you that they were gonna do as much as possible to expedite the issue. Now, now the demolition is 95% complete, which is great.
Yeah, as of today is done. We're just doing some, yeah.
I love it.
Remember, we do these like about a week before.
I love it.
Yeah, there's no building there.
Okay, so I know we were waiting on an entity to give us their feedback, right? I was told 30 days. It's been 30 days.
So they did respond. The comment was not favorable, so we responded back with another counter. However, there's only one comment left. The designer, as we mentioned during our meeting, they have gone ahead and continued working on things that will not be affected by that.
Yes.
With the goal of, once we close that out, the time between having 30s and 60s is gonna be shorter. So that is still ongoing.
Let me ask you something. I know we were waiting on them to respond on that. Was there anything we could have done anticipating that?
No, this is something that when the original design went through.
That's just a change of the angle? Because
No, this is related to the width of the path and the roadway.
width of the path, okay.
So this was not brought into question with the past design, which is pretty much what we have. Right now, we're just adjusting. And now we have a reviewer that is asking about that, so.
And we talked about them justifying their position. Like, if one of them approved it without any issues, is there a mechanism that we can, I guess, not talk to they make the final decision, but to appeal that and say, hey, the first one was approved, nothing's changed except, and get this done. Do we have to wait another 30 days, what I'm asking? Or
No,
60
so
days?
I've been following up on them on a weekly basis, not to have to wait another 30 days. Because it's just, it should be something that we could resolve quickly. The next step will be to request a meeting. We don't want to wait those 30 days.
Yeah, so going forward, anything we can do to let them know, hey, by the way, this was already approved. That aspect of the plans are not changing. Can we make sure we mitigate the, denying for no reason? Just to deny, did they give a reason that was acceptable?
Yeah, they cited a section of the specifications.
But the first time it was approved, they didn't? Because
yeah, and again, you have to consider that this was 2020 and 2026, so there could have been adjustments to the specifications. The department does that throughout the years.
And we're aware, and our engineers are aware of those changes and are implementing it into any plans that are being submitted going forward, so then that won't happen again?
But in this specific situation, where the engineers are proposing a slight adjustment that doesn't completely adjust it based on the comment,
okay,
and still allows us to maintain the original intent of the design.
Yeah, because these 30 days, 15 days, 60, they're killing me.
Yeah, we're working on this one to not have to wait these. It's just one comment, so.
I know, but I appreciate that. Thank you for everything.
So let me go. Oh wait, the item that was pulled. Huh? Yeah, but I requested.
Yeah, Councilmember Garcia, I think you wanted to pull the item with the feasibility study?
12B.
And in the order of business, it was added
All right.
to here.
Yeah, it's after the
Now we put
management
it,
reports.
while you were out, Mayor, we put it together with the infrastructure report.
Wow.
Okay, so let me talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, it went well.
As far as traffic studies, is that what we're talking about? Traffic's always been an issue with this town. It's gonna be an issue with this town going forward. I think we need to reestablish or rethink the way we handle traffic studies. Now, this traffic study is very costly, right? And I know the intent is to get a big picture of what's happening on 154th and on the surrounding areas. Two things that I agree with Colonel Perez that was up here was, that cost to the taxpayer is really high. I do believe that that anybody any company that wants to build in this town should take those costs on. But I also talked to the manager about a suggestion. Can't we use the existing LPR system that has data points from the traffic that's going through 154th and get a license when it comes to, I was doing research on these AIs for traffic studies, and it's about from $1,500 to $3,500 a year for the license. Can we use the data that we're already collecting as a town, incorporate that with that software, and create our own traffic studies anytime we want to use them, and we can have a baseline that we know is true, and we could compare it to traffic studies that we require builders to do in upcoming projects. I still think they should pay for it, but also we should use existing resources that we have. It's not going to cost us anything else because we already have the cameras up. We're already collecting this data. So I would like to see us use that data, incorporate that software, and create that baseline. And I know our IT department might be interested in that, but it will be a savings in the end. $55,000 to me is when we can have our own studies as a baseline. We already have the cameras up. Can we incorporate that? So I'm going to ask the manager to look into that and then see if in the future, if we get that working and it's well, maybe it could be a money-making operation for us. Maybe we could use our software and our traffic studies and have builders use our traffic study. You know, if it's something that's, you know, that we find works well and the numbers are good and it's something that works well, maybe we can use that to make some revenue for the town. I'm just thinking out of the box here because this is something that's going to continue to happen. And at $5,500 for a study, if we can do it on our own, and we already have the cameras up. 55,000. I'm sorry. 55,000. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought it was 5,500 when I first read it. 55,000, guys, for something that we know. We need to know what's happening real time with traffic going forward in the town. So having our own system ready to go. We already have the cameras. Can we incorporate the data points that we already have into software that already exists, get that license, and have a baseline for traffic? So we know if the studies that we request are accurate or not. I mean, we can tell, no, that's not accurate because we have our own baseline. We can get, we can get our traffic person to get certified in that, and honestly, we're going to need this going forward for planning 20, 30, 40 years. We need to know what's happening in traffic real time, all the time. So I guess my motion is to have the manager look into if we can use the existing LPRs, that data, to help us complete traffic studies, that we have our own baseline of traffic studies so we can push back if we get a traffic study and our residents have at least 2 different traffic studies that can, they feel comfortable with.
Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Seconded by Councilman Herzberg, who is recognized in discussion.
I like the idea, and I'm happy with the town manager seeing it. I don't believe we can use anything from the LPRs other than for criminal investigations. If we can, that would be great. If not, if there's another method we can use, I like your idea.
Data points, just
right, other data point methods.
How many license plates were read?
So I would just make a friendly amendment. It's just not focus it on the LPRs because I'm really confident we can't use that. And if we have other data points that the town has that we can use to see what type of studies we could potentially do, and I agree with you with AI and everything. Those type of things are going to become a lot easier, less human intensive. So that I would make a friendly amendment to that to expand it beyond LPRs because I'm pretty sure the answer to LPRs is no.
Well, first, let's see if the amendment has a second. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It's been seconded by Councilman Garcia. Mr. Santos, you're recognized to respond to
Thank
your
you.
point.
So what's being presented is a portion of what the full study would incorporate. That data, that's one thing that we would have to definitely take into consideration and see if the data that's produced by those devices can actually be used for this type of study. And if directed to, we would look at and team up with our department that oversees those devices and the vendor to see what value we can bring from that. But for this item, it's phase 1 of a 3-phased approach for looking at that entire intersection. And what we're looking at is essentially 4 proposals to improve by essentially adding infrastructure to that area to see are these even feasible. Can we provide some form of, to alleviate, excuse me, the traffic in that area by, for example, one of them is adding a slip ramp from 154 as soon as you get off of 154 of the Palmetto to the 77th Court northbound. That's one movement. There's another movement, another proposal to add a slip ramp from 77th Court on the south side of 154, which you get a lot of traffic from those businesses and future developments that will go directly to the Palmetto and completely bypass 154. So those are two of the ones I would like to highlight. So we first want to look for relatively a low cost, look at that and see, is this something that we can really consider? And then with that information, we would engage other entities, FDOT, Miami-Dade County, PTO, to start a discussion as far as possibly financial help and just getting this moving forward, and not just be the town, but more of a community involvement.
No, through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. No, agreed, 100%. We need data to make these decisions, but I think the data is going to be clear. Yeah, of course we need more. If we need to add those ramps to help with 154. My pushback on this is you said it's 55,000 for one phase.
Correct.
Of 3 phases?
Yes.
So we're looking at what?
It was 80 originally, right, Omar?
The 80.
What's the total cost of the 3 phases?
Well, phase 1 and 2 is 86.
Okay.
That's what you have in the attachments.
Okay, I'm just saying, knowing what traffic is doing on a daily basis is very important. And these studies, we can go outside, but if there's a way, there's software that already exists. If we can find a way of coupling it with, and again, is there a law that says, Mr. Manager or Town Attorney, that the LPRs can't be used? I know you can't use personal data, stuff like that, but the number of LPRs we're reading in a certain area, in an intersection, is that, I mean.
My instinct tells me you can get that type of data. That's what my instinct tells me, but I'd have to confirm it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If he confirms that, then we already have a mechanism in place that we're paying for that'll tell you how many cars are going through that intersection, through all the intersections at the LPR. We're going to add more LPRs, so it's only going to add to our network of cameras. Those data points could be exported into existing, and I did some research. There are 3 companies, I'll send you the information, that the average cost for each study is like $3,500. We have someone trained in our town to do it, and now we have a baseline that we can compare to any developer wants to come in with their study and says, no, look, it doesn't affect traffic. No, we have our own study here. We have a baseline. We know what traffic is happening, and we can use that for further projects like yourself. No. That money, that total cost, we can do it at a fraction, save ourselves money, and have, let me just finish because I'm on a roll, and have a tool that we can use for future growth decades to come using existing infrastructure we already spent. $5,500 for this first phase.
1,000.
So I keep saying, I can't believe it's so much. $55,000 for this first phase, over $150,000 for the total. When we can do it cheaper, I think everybody up here always is pushing back and say, wait, don't we have the resources here? I think we do. I think we have the brain power to make it happen.
Well, again, we need to separate. One is the data, one is the feasibility of the infrastructure improvement. The data will get you as far as to acknowledge, yes, there is a need for the improvement. I think we're at that point already. The data will help, but we are at that point just by visual observation that the area needs improvement. What this proposal is to start looking at 4 proposals and see and determine, are these even feasible? Are these even worth taking to the next step of asking for design and implementation?
So I just want to clarify something that might help us move this along.
Yes.
So what is the cost of us saying yes? If you're just evaluating those 4 options?
55,000.
55,000, okay, that we're going to be agreeing to now?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Well, we're not yet, and I'm sorry to cut you guys off, but I just want to reorient us on the amendment. Councilman Herzberg, can you restate the amendment, just to make sure everybody knows what we're on?
It was just not limiting the data to only LPRs, whatever data sources we have, that's all.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't we dispose of that and then get back to the main motion? Okay. It's been moved and seconded, the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes, and we're back on the main motion as amended. All right, so with that.
I could restate it. I would ask the manager to
Yeah,
look at.
go ahead.
Yes. My motion is to ask the manager to look at the existing LPR system, Oracle, or any other data points that we have to provide that data to any companies that we decide on, and to see what savings will come before we even put it out to bid. I'd like to see what we can do to save ourselves some taxpayer money using existing infrastructure we already have that might work well with any vendor that we decide, so we can lower the cost of any studies that we do.
So is it your direction then that, in essence, you're moving to approve it subject to that condition that we first look at these alternatives?
No, I'd like to see us, I'd like to get an answer back from the staff if our data points are valid and they can be used to save money before I move forward with approving
So
this
you
item.
want to, so your preference would be to defer this item?
Defer the item with the caveat that the manager looks into using our data points to help save money in the future, any future studies.
Okay, we're going to go first to Cuadra Garcia, then to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we keep forgetting that we have great universities in this state, and I think we should reach out to our local FIU, local universities that have architects on board to do this as a project. So, I mean, have we thought about that? I think this is something that we should look into.
Why don't you look into it?
Well, Mayor?
Oh, sorry.
Vice.
Sorry, I didn't see him get up. Whenever I get an opportunity, I'd like to chime in.
Yeah.
Okay, so was that your only comment, to have us see if any colleges or universities or
Let's
research
look into
institutes are-
FIU and see what they could do for us.
Okay, I mean, I see no reason to not. Any other comments? Yeah, I know I had a comment. I was going to save that for last. I guess my question is ultimately, when I look at spending these $55,000, right? We spent so much time up here during the budget season, nickeling and diming over cell phones and $5,000 here, $5,000 over there, to just throw $55,000 at something that I don't see 1, 2, 3, or 4 happening. I mean, maybe I could see 4, I could see 2. 1's not gonna happen, 3's not gonna happen. I mean, I can right away with number 1 see an issue with the same issue that the underpass that was proposed a while back, the second underpass under the Palmetto Expressway, the gas line. It's going to come across the same exact problem, number 1. So I could already tell you that's a waste of time. So I'm just kind of sitting here like, why am I going to spend $55,000 for them to just tell me that one can't be done? Number 3, going over the canal from the I guess area adjacent to, is that the New Baptist? Yeah, the New Baptist. I mean, I don't know that a turn that sharp is it ever going to be allowed?
Remember, that was just a sketch.
Exactly, but it also it's accurate. That sketch is pretty accurate as to how sharp the turn would need to be over a body of water. We've been experiencing how incredibly difficult it is to go over a body of water with 59th Avenue. So I'm just sitting here saying, why am I wasting $55,000 of the taxpayers' dollars on things that are probably not going to happen in the near future? I feel like if we had a project in mind, not like, hey, here's some options. If we had a project in mind, like saying, hey, we want to extend the 77th Court northbound right-hand turn, option number 2, right? If we wanted to do that and say, okay, cool, get me design, get me planning the way we've always done, and then get appropriations or grant funding, then I would understand. But where are the $55,000 coming from, by the way?
PTP.
Aye.
And if I
But
may add,
there's PTP money that is.
Is this 80 or 20?
80.
80, and it's earmarked for studies.
What? We earmarked it for studies?
Yes, because that's where we do traffic
Oh, that would have been
studies
the
all
extra
every
waste that
year,
I would have
yeah.
found. All righty.
Well, we do know that we do need to conduct some studies, but
Of
why don't we
course.
let him respond, because I know you were throwing multiple questions
Yeah, yeah.
at him, so
Go ahead.
just, to give him an opportunity to respond. Director Santos?
So just in general, when we're looking at making changes of this magnitude to an intersection like 154 and 826, a study is your starting point. You don't want to just go ahead. You want to make sure that whatever you're proposing is feasible. Yes, $55,000 right now sounds like a large sum, but in the overall grand scheme of things is a very small amount for what we may end up developing in that intersection.
Mayor.
Manager.
Yeah, I want to kind of just go back a little bit. The camera systems, right? Let's call them generic camera systems, whether they be LPRs or part of the adaptive signalization, all of the camera systems, we will check to see if they are usable. Because remember, what the consultants are going to do, who are not, with all due respect, they're not students, they're not engineers in training, they are engineers that can sign and seal plans, they are legitimate professionals. What the camera part of the study is going to be the counts, right? But that's just a fraction of the study. There's much more that goes into it, and it's all composed there in the proposal. So there's going to be much more. We will check to see if the camera system can assist us. First of all, if it's allowable under the LPR statutes, if it's allowable. But so if they are, and the data is good and it's clean and it's usable by the engineers, we for sure will assist the engineers in getting access to that data so they can, because they will be out there. They're going to put in equipment to count the vehicles in all the directions of this area. So I just want to kind of talk about how this all came to be. This was all born from the staff. So the staff looked at this intersection, which is the #1 choke point in traffic in all of Miami Lakes, right? So they looked at the intersection of the Palmetto and 154, and they said, how can we improve this? Obviously, Director Santos has a PE behind his name, and he has much more training than some dumb old fireman, right? So but we all brainstormed together, and we looked at all of these different alternatives, and we said, okay, how can we just started from a very basic question. How can we improve this intersection? And we started looking at this and that, and the conditions that exist there today, I want to be clear. It's not caused by any development, right? Any new development, because the development on where that was on the agenda today has not been built. The development that is by the golf course has not been built. So the conditions that exist there today are already there, unrelated to at least those two developments. So what we're trying to do is kind of be proactive. I commend the staff for doing that. Be proactive, get ahead of any future developments, and try and see how we can improve that intersection. So we brainstormed, as Director Omar Santos stated, is the very first thing in this whole process is saying, hey, will any of these improve traffic flow in the area? And I think that, Omar, correct me if I'm wrong, you did go over some of these, so at a high level, without doing the study, you talked about these with the consultant, and at least they're feasible to the sense of worth studying.
Yes, and again, what we're looking at here is, at the end, is this something that is ultimately constructible? So, and feasible to get to that next step. If we don't do this, then we just stay where we're at right now.
Right, and our hope is to see if these different 4 elements, these improvements, those of which are deemed to be feasible, and they'll give us a opinion of probable cost on each of them to have an idea of what it'll cost. Then at that point is get together all the players, elected and staff from the town, elected and staff from the county, elected and staff from FDOT and the elected officials from the state, get the TPO, go out there, do a field trip, show them, these are the things, here's our study, and then we can take it to the next level after that and then pursue appropriations, whether it be at the state or more likely at the federal level, because this is gonna be an expensive project.
Is it your position then that this is something that we can use when we go to Tallahassee and we say that we can match part of the cost of the project? This is something that goes toward that?
Yeah, the expenses that we're using here, we could definitely use it in the future with
Perfect.
any appropriation, and we can use it as a local match.
Excellent. Vice Mayor Morera and then Councilman Sanchez.
Just a quick follow-up. We've been having a lot of discussions about the other nearby interchanges, with one being 67th Avenue in the Gratney, and also 170th and I-75 potentially getting ramps, and 170th and the Turnpike opening up in the near future. I've been in the position that once those happen, it'll declutter Miami Lakes Drive and the Palmetto, because now it's not everyone trying to leave and come in through the same entrance and exit. This study, I feel, wouldn't really take that into account because it would be a little too early. Wouldn't it behoove us? This is a bit of a long-term project.
It'll probably take in the 67th Avenue at the Gratney, because those are more concrete. The study of the slip ramps and the entry ramps at 75 and 170 is probably too early to take those into account, what impacts those could have, right?
Yeah, I think we're looking more closer to the 826 and 154, right? Not taking into consideration a project that's further away, right? Yeah, it's just more of that local area.
Got it. Councilman Sanchez.
So with regards to the PTP 80, I know you mentioned that it's allocated specifically for traffic studies. Is that something that we as a town allocated, or did it come down from I believe it's the county that controls the PTP funds?
No, in the budget that we approved in September, there was a portion that was allocated for studies.
Okay, and if it's not being allocated for studies, is there something else that it could be allocated for?
It could, in a budget amendment, it could always be moved to another, or actually that'd be a resolution, because it has to stay within PTP. So
The guidelines of the PTP.
It could be moved to another line in PTP.
Okay, all right.
Okay, any other comments? Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you. I mean, first, I would imagine the consultant will say anything can be consulted because they want to make the fee, right? But I guess my question is, or is it really more for the town manager, is it your position you need to do this before you go to FDOT and others in the Miami-Dade County?
Absolutely, because we're going to go to FDOT, we're going to go with nothing in our hands. We're going to go with some idea. And that is going to generate zero support. They're going to tell us, will it work? Go get us a study. And that's what we're actually doing. Once we have this, it'll be the ammunition to go and speak to FDOT and state appropriators as well as federal appropriators.
And I understand the county and FDOT is very difficult to work with, I'm sure, often, and hard to get meetings with sometimes, but does it make sense to go to them first and say, is this something you're interested in studying and then paying for the study? Or you're saying it makes sense to study it now? That's your position?
I believe, and Omar, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that any improvement in a roadway, right, the very first step is to say, number one, is it feasible, can it be constructed, and will it have the impact that you think it'll have, right? And that's what this study is intended to do.
Yeah,
But we don't know if FDOT or the county or anybody is interested whatsoever until we spend $55,000.
Correct.
Right.
That's the one that's mainly interested would be, and I'm just speaking in general, the town wants to see an improvement in that corridor, right? So we're proposing this approach to have a document that has been reviewed by a set of professionals dedicated to this practice, to go with that to these entities and say, look, as the town, we've taken the initiative to analyze this and determine that 1, 2, 3, or 4 are feasible for ABC reasons. With that, you have more of a push, you have a buy-in that the town has already put in some effort to moving things forward.
And last question, Mayor, if I may, thank you. The 55 will include this entire area, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And maybe if they see something else that they believe is feasible, or they're only going to focus on what the town has provided.
It's on those. Those were put together between what the town was looking at and discussions during the proposal preparation with the consultant.
But for this, like, this is the
It's
biggest
those
choke
four.
point. The
It'll look at
55
these,
is for this
the feasibility
stop.
and the potential cost of these 4 improvements.
So the 86, the additional monies for some other area.
No, so
That-
phase
I'm
2
confused.
would be future analysis.
Right, I thought this is the
Yeah.
analysis.
No, so right now it's looking, is it feasible to get this developed? And then after that, we're looking, phase 2 is applying that to future analysis of traffic flow based on growth and other changing parameters.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
The town attorney is asked to opine, so I'm going to recognize him and then go to Councilman Sanchez.
Yeah, one of the things that we just looked into it briefly, but LPRs can only be used for the purpose of collecting active criminal intelligence investigative purposes. You cannot use the data for traffic studies. It's just statutorily prescribed. I wish I had better news.
We need to, through the chair, we need to.
Wait, but I have the floor.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Yeah. So, realistically, what this is just something in more recent memory and at a smaller scale. The same study that we did for the no left turn into Bob Graham. We did the study first and then implemented it after. This is just on a much larger scale.
Because it's a larger item, and I'm gonna go back really quick. The vice mayor mentioned something of things we have done in the past, like the turning extension under the 154 that we completed. Those are the smaller improvements that are not, they're not really changing the geometry of the road that much. These that we're looking at are more significant changes that, in my opinion, benefit from a full study. So we don't go and start asking for funding for something that in the end will not be constructible.
And Kimberly Horn, why Kimberly Horn? Is there other competitors out there? Why were they chosen among
So
others?
Kimberly Horn is very familiar with the town and the overall layout of the town. They've worked for the town for many years.
Okay.
And it's just a company that we feel comfortable taking on this type of.
Are they under
study.
contract right now?
Yeah.
They are under contract, yes.
We have a
They're
series
one
of
our
engineers
continuing
that we have
services.
under contract with negotiated rates and so forth.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, guys, let's start bringing this in for a landing. Any more discussion?
No.
Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, and then we'll go ahead and restate the motion and then take a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make it brief. This is back to you, Mr. Manager. I know that you don't like much to do with students, but let me just share with you something about students. Remember, it has to be approved by a professor. It's either yay or nay. So if you are going to go to FDOT and all these agencies, and then later they say, well, no, you have to do this and you have to do that, then are you going to be throwing more money at the project? Isn't it better to actually have somebody at the student body do this, and then if it does get approved, then you might look at it in a different angle? I mean, you came back and said, it's not a student. You were a student at one time, and I'm sure you were an excellent firefighter when you were in the academy. So let's think.
nowhere near as good as a.
Hold on,
Okay.
let me interject here. Councilman Cuadra Garcia, I think
Yes.
what he was just trying to say is that they have not, they're because they're in that status of learning, right? They're just not going to be as qualified as the professors.
I
as
agree
the
with you,
people
Mr.
that have
Mayor,
already
but
finished that
it
process.
has to be approved by a professor if it gets
Yeah,
approved.
and again, he's not shooting it down. He's just making the point, though, that, years of experience versus people who may not have any experience, or remember that not every professor has necessarily been in the field in every case. So,
Okay.
some are more theoretical than they are practical.
Through the
With
chair,
that,
I just
agree.
have one last question.
Okay, one last question, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Director, when was the last time a study was done in that area?
By the town? That I don't recall.
No, a traffic study done in general, turned in by a developer or that whole 154th corridor?
Well, the most recent one, and I can't recall the date, but I know for the golf course project, there was a study done.
Yes.
That was submitted to the county and accepted by the county. The main items, like the peak trip generators, did not increase by much compared to what it was when it was the original. I don't
Follow-up
have the
question,
numbers.
did the town accept that study and the results of that study? To
Well-
approve the
Through the
plans?
plat process, yes, at the
Okay.
end, the county does have the traffic engineering jurisdiction over
Okay, but
those
but the
roads.
town accepted those numbers. We were happy with those numbers, and we said those.
Well, the numbers are based on the ITE. Am I incorrect in saying that? Right?
That's what I needed, Susana.
Susanna, yeah. So trip counts is whatever's in the ITE, right?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So it follows just whatever the project is. This is the number of trips that you assume right, it is generating.
But
based
it
on-
also, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah,
but
I just want us to get
Yeah,
moving
yeah,
on this and not
absolutely.
bleed into land use approvals.
But you also need a baseline to say, this new development is going to add these many trips to the existing trip count, right? Do we have the existing trip count of that study?
So depends on whether we're discussing vested rights versus just trips, right? Like you're just counting trips. If you're discussing vested rights, those come with a comp plan. So the comp plan vests you for a certain number of trips for land development. And this is where things get hairy. If you have had a prior development on a site, then whatever was there already also vests you for that number of trips. So whatever you build new on it, you have to sort of give them credit for the trips that they're removing and then putting back in. Does that make sense?
Can we use any information gleaned from that last study, which was only, 4 or 5 years ago, for this project?
Which project are we talking about? The 9 project?
No, he's talking. Well, yeah, the study from that to use toward this
This
proposed
is
study.
154th and the Palmetto. Can we use any information that we gleaned from that study to help us save money on further studies, since it's the exact same locations?
So the save money part, I don't know. But would we naturally use all the information we have? And usually we provide that to the engineer of record.
And if I may, my understanding is that study is focused on that one property. This analysis is looking at the corridor or that intersection.
Okay, I guess my point is not coming across.
But if the information in there is valuable to reduce the cost of example phase 2, then yes, it will be used.
And I guess the second question to the manager is, did you consider that before you proposed this $55,000 cost, or they gave you that cost? Did you tell them, hey, we got info we're going to give to you, we're going to look into everything we got, can you reduce the cost before you quote us? And I'm not trying to be difficult here, these are things that I expect going forward, any project, any study, anything, and I think I made it clear. Is there anything we can do to save money in the beginning? Was it something you offered to them, and did it make a difference in the quote, is I guess the question I have right now.
I don't believe so.
No, but as far as reducing costs, we did go through that analysis when the original proposal was submitted. And that's one of the reasons you see it split into 3 phases. Originally, it was 2 phases for the whole thing to be done at once. Through discussions and review, we determined it makes more sense to split it, not go ahead and do the full thing. Let's first see, is this feasible? If it's not feasible, then we cut it at that
Understandable.
point.
I'm in the wrong business, guys. I need to get my engineering degree and open up an engineering firm, because I am just flabbergasted. And I'm sorry I'm taking too much of the time up here, Mayor, and I know I'm monopolizing time. But again, this is something we've been pushing every single project to look at. And the fact that it wasn't looked at least a possibility to save $1,000, $2,000 using prior information. We got to change our ways. Guys, traffic studies are going to be part of our lives for the rest of the history of the town. We got to find a better way to do this, because we don't have the money. Even if we're getting money from somewhere else, we just don't have the money to be doing this without saving at least $10,000, $20,000 in the process, trying to be proactive. That's all I have to say. I'm not going to say another word on this subject.
Thank you. So just to reiterate the motion, Councilman, and correct me if I'm wrong, again, if you want to defer this actual item to the next regular council meeting while they get back the answers to your questions, and
Yes.
including Councilman Hertzberg's
amendment, yes.
non-limitation. Okay, with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion it passes, and the item is deferred into the next regular council meeting. Director Santos.
Mr. Mayor.
Wait. He's introducing a new item. So
It's not a new item, it's just to wrap up the infrastructure report, which
okay, yeah. Go
we
ahead
didn't
and
get
finish
to
that,
yet.
and then we'll open it up.
So, two projects I just wanted to highlight. that will be, you'll be seeing movement soon. One of them is the Montrose Drainage Project that we discussed. That will be drainage along Montrose, and will include the rehab to the entrance of Mary Collins. And then in the same area, Park West pedestrian bicycle improvements. This project will begin right after Montrose, and it will go from 154 down through Montrose. It'll turn west, down Balgowan, all the way down to Ardoc. This will be adding bicycle facilities along Balgowan and Montrose, and also striping some of those on-road parking on Montrose to make the area look nicer, repave everything, and I just wanted to highlight those two.
Thank you very much. Councilman Cuadra Garcia, you had a question?
No, it's basically now that our director is on his monthly report, this is going to be something that I've been very concerned on. I want to share with this council. Are we ready?
It relates to his report?
It relates to something that it's in our town.
It needs to relate to his report.
No, it has nothing to do with this.
Okay, then it is not germane. Then, if it's not infrastructure related, then it's not germane to his report, and it's not something that's appropriate for discussion at this time.
Okay, I'm confused. I need to share.
Your conversation needs to reflect or needs to relate to his report, which
his
is
report?
on infrastructure. His report.
Yes, it does.
It
Yes.
does.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You may proceed then.
Okay, thank you. Basically, on or around June 14th, 2025, I received a letter from, pay attention to me, gentlemen, because I want to make this as short as possible and get the point across. I received a letter from about 11 people that signed it, reference an issue with a light. This light issue occurred at Lake Patricia, in the area of Lake Patricia. These light poles were out for almost a year. Our manager can attest to that. Omar can attest. Tony can attest. And we're missing one more person can attest to this. And basically, calls to the town. We have a lady that takes care of her 105-year-old mother. Called me again. I have the letter here. I could show it to you all. And I had to get involved because they constantly contacted the town, contacted our town manager, and I said, "What is going on?" So I requested a meeting on February the 5th with our town manager, our assistant town manager, our director, and one more young lady that she's not here, and our electrical professional to go out and show me what was going on and why wasn't this electrical issue taken care of. Basically, we went out there, we met, and I looked at the issue, and I literally said, and this is something that we've been waiting almost a year to fix. They looked at me and said, yeah, this is an easy fix, but the easy fix is FP&L doesn't listen to us. I said, great. Hand over to me the name of the persons that you've been talking to at FP&L. They handed it to me. I said, I will take care of this in 24 hours. They all looked at me and said, he must be crazy. It won't happen. So I said, what happened, gentlemen, if I can get this done in 24 hours? They said, you'll probably become famous, and you definitely should play the lotto. Oh, really? So I challenged them. I picked up the phone, called the person that they've been sending emails for the last almost a year, and I asked the person what was going on. I needed that person to take care of it yesterday. And the gentleman was on the phone and said, as I am talking to you, I'm having lunch, and I'm writing out a ticket. Next day, FP&O was out there and took care of 11 poles that were out of electricity due to Florida gas. So I'd like this to continue happening. Same thing happened with the entrance of 67th Avenue and 57. They gave, the town came up with, it's going to cost $26,000. I got both of them taken care of, and it didn't cost us a penny. So I just need, and I refer to you, sir, because your manager's here. Why are these things happening? This should, how can it be possible that one person like myself
Director Sanders,
picks up the
yes,
phone
go ahead.
and gets something like this done?
All right.
Can you explain that to me? To
Thank
this
you,
council?
council member.
Thank you,
It's-
sir.
It's not exactly as straightforward as described. So the gas company did have breaks in the system of the lighting infrastructure. The gas company went ahead, as required, they went ahead and spliced those locations. Once we sent our electrician to verify it, we found that they were still having problems. We had the gas company come out again with their electrician to go ahead and verify it, and it was confirmed. What ended up taking a longer time in some of these locations is that one of the challenges we have in specifically that Lake Patricia area is it's one of the original underground infrastructures, either direct burial cables, being very sensitive to any type of ground movement, and they will break. In this situation, our electrical contractor had alerted FP&L of what he believed was the issue. FPL responded initially that this is not a standard installation of what he's referring was the problem, and the ended up being a photo cell at the load center. So the load center is where the town will connect. FPL claimed that's not a standard procedure, so it can't be that. We kept on requesting and requesting. At the time the council member did get involved, we were at the tail end of getting that in process and having crews on site, which thankfully they did arrive. FPL sent the crew up to the pole, and to their surprise, it was a photo cell. They went ahead and swapped it, and the lights are back on and running.
And you do understand that I'm saying that it almost took the year. So basically, it was just pure luck that I picked up the phone and made a phone call.
What I'm saying is it was more of an elaborate process to get to that point, that it wasn't just a straight identification of the cause of what was causing this. There were repairs made by the gas company as they're required by their permit, but in the end, we needed FPL to come ahead and work on the infrastructure, which we are not allowed to touch.
And let me finish and see if I'm right or wrong, and I'll make it brief, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
So
you.
basically, if I recall, and I'm not losing my mind, all of you would agree that you all told me, if I'm able to do and get FP&L out there in 24 hours, I should play the lotto, right? Because it wasn't going to happen. So I think
I wasn't there when that
oh
was
yes,
discussed.
you were. You were there, and that was. But
Well,
besides the point, the bottom line is the very bottom line is we need to be more proactive. Those emails are wonderful, but you need to pick up that phone and make phone calls and talk to bodies when you need to talk to them to get things done.
Thank
And
you,
we do that.
Councilman. Okay, Councilman Sanchez and Fernandez?
With regards to line item 15, Florida State's drainage, the drainage improvements for 139th Street, 139th Terrace, and so on and so forth, I see it's at 60% design completion. Do you have an ETA as to when we'll be breaking ground into that project?
Well, not yet. Remember, in the last meeting, we got approval for additional funding to continue design, especially on the green infrastructure portion.
Right.
So that's something we're working on now. Once we get that completed, we'll go into permitting with County Durham, and that could take between 30 and 60 days, depending on their.
But wouldn't the bioswales go after the drainage improvements are done as to not
But
damage them?
we need the full design completed before we break ground.
Okay, and by when do you estimate that the full design will be done?
I don't have that right now, but I can provide it.
Thank you.
Okay, I was wrong about Councilmember Fernandez with that. Is there anything else on the report? Seeing none, we are now on 8C, Report of Alternative Revenue Opportunities, which I'll defer to the town manager on that to present it.
Yes, sir. This is feedback on an item that you presented back in November, and our staff has been working on this. And like I explained to each of you in the briefings, is we envision this being a two-step process. What we did was brainstorm, and we kind of put anything and everything on here. We tried to separate into two categories. One category were items that we believed were more viable or easier to implement. The second category were items that were less viable or harder to implement. And what we are looking for We're more than happy to go through these one by one. We did some of that in the individual briefings with each of you, but we are looking for feedback or direction back from the council on focusing. Obviously, I think there's 20 some odd items between both lists, and what we're looking for is for this list to be narrowed by the council and give us maybe in the neighborhood of half a dozen or less items to focus on, that then we'll come back next month with more detailed information, revenue estimates, and things that are obstacles to implementing, or the steps to implementing. It'll be a full report on the smaller number of items, and we're looking for feedback back from this council.
All right, well, let's go from my right to left this time. Let's go with Councilman Herzberg to start us off.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I know the manager needs us to give some input, so I'll say where I'm at. I think 2, the town's already working on, and then 3, I'm very interested to learn more about that. 4, I'm somewhat interested, but 3 and 4, my caveat would be to protect homestead property owners, right? So for number 3, for example, on the solid waste fee, I would want it to only apply to commercial properties, which would include rental properties, but not apply to condominium associations that have potentially homestead owners. Number 1 is off the table for me. We already went through that discussion, so you can get rid of that, at least for me. I mean, there's a lot of things, but from the way I see it, number 2 and 3 are really where I see the most feasibility and the real budget changing figures. The other ones, I mean, when you look into less viable, I don't know if we even should discuss less viable at this point. But for me, I really focus on 2 and 3.
And number 2, we're already doing it because we're about to go out to RFP for the item that this council gave us direction to do with regard to establishing our own impact fee ordinance. Right. And we're coupling the 2 together so that the same consultant will be able to look at the steps and the methodology to develop our own impact fee ordinance, as well as looking at our laundry list of fees and give us information on bringing those up to date.
And also number 10, we just voted that down, so that's a no for me as well. But my focus is on 2 and 3. The other ones, I just don't see them changing the needle much, but I'm happy to hear from everybody else.
Okay. As for me, the ones, again, we're already looking at 7. 6, is a possibility, but obviously I would hate to go that route since it might look tacky with our classier looking bus shelters. I think number 5 is a little creative, but again, it ultimately comes at too high a cost, I feel, as far as taking away from, those particular grants. At least for myself, I think, I'm never going to say never. Never know what the future emergency might look like, so I'm not going to say never to number 1. I'm not going to say never to, to number 3 if necessary for one particular unit type or another. But, again, ideally, this is, keep in mind, guys, that this is really more when I asked for this, it was to go over what our opportunities are in the event that property tax reform does pass, right? And I'll give you, when I get to my report on days at the end of the meeting, where, what the general sense was from up there. But again, this is not meant for us to start looking for revenue sources now. I just want us to keep that in mind. This is just as backups. I do think, though, that certain things, like we already are reviewing so many of our fees, right, for the building department, for our parks. We're already, exploring the possibility of advertising revenue from billboards on a limited basis. I can tell you that now that we are done with one of our projects, with Congressman Diaz-Balart, now I'm going to get back to working on the passport acceptance office here in town. Also, recently it came out that it seems the State Department is closing down some for-profit or library-based.
Not-for-profit libraries.
Not-for-profit.
Not-for-profit that are non-governmental.
Got it,
Right.
got it. Yeah, so those are getting shut down. I'm hoping that might give us an opportunity then to replace one or more of those, right? And again, I just want us to keep ourselves as open as possible, although I think let's be real, like a toll on 154th Street is probably never going to happen.
That was one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Have a son pass it coming.
Are we gonna have an ogre just collecting the
but
toll?
Exactly. Yeah, I already. Never mind. We're being recorded.
Yeah. Through the chair.
But look, guys, I don't want us to spend too much time on this. This is a report on what's available to us in the event the property tax reform happens. I guess, yeah, they would like an idea of what is more likely to move forward. I would say for study purposes, everything from 1 to 12 is acceptable to move forward to a second round, with the caveat that that the bus bench advertising is probably the least likely favorite for me, and that obviously we're working on a couple of the other ones. Lastly, what I would say is, wasn't there talk at one point, I forgot to ask this to you, Mr. Manager, in our meeting, wasn't there talk about small cell infrastructure in the past? I know that this is an item that I had a while ago about attaching microcells to our existing infrastructure and then using it as an alternative revenue opportunity for the town.
Yeah.
So didn't we already study that?
I think we did. I'll have to look back. But I think that they have gotten so many concessions from the state legislature that they can basically put a cell tower almost anywhere on the right-of-ways, on the swales and so forth, that the opportunity to put it like on private property, whether it be public private property or private property, is minimal. I think they do have some areas that they have this really large cell tower that cannot go on the right-of-way. But I'll take a look back and see what we had from before. But it's an ever-changing thing because the state legislature is always addressing those cell towers.
Got it. Okay, and then on the local option taxes, I mean, well, municipal resort tax, yeah, that's not gonna make much sense there. The pet dining permit's probably not gonna move the needle on anything. The sale of town merchandise, I will say, by the way, when you and I spoke about this, I was actually, it's not gonna save our budget, obviously, right? They're talking about 11 on the less viable list, right? So on page 19. So I think that sale of town merchandise, while it's not going to probably give our budget a big boost, I actually think we should, consider, having a line of products. I think you're seeing other cities that are commercializing their brand. I don't see why we shouldn't either. I know we've done a version of that in the past, right, Claricel? Where we had like a Miami Lake shop or something like that, but maybe we can have a more limited menu of items that just gets updated every year as opposed to kind of like what we did as a broad general store. And then with that, I'm going to move on over to Councilman Sanchez.
Okay. So, I mean, this list, thank you, Mr. Manager and staff, for compiling this list. But if I remember correctly, during the budget season number 1, the franchise fee was tabled indefinitely, if I remember correctly. The one that
that was the motion on increasing it for that year. It's not that we just put the fee on ice or anything.
Got it.
Yeah, it's right.
Now, something that is calling my attention is number 3, the solid waste. I think as long as we can provide the same service that current residents have with county garbage, where there's garbage, there's recycling, there's dump, that they can take things to the dump site over in PSN and up by county line for bigger items.
But I just want to clarify something for you. That item is solely adding a surcharge to those residents. It's not replacing the service they currently provide or the service that our residents use. That's not what we're discussing.
It would be for the private haulers. So in other words, office.
So HOAs, building,
yeah, but
the
like
ones that don't use the county.
HOAs, townhouse HOAs, they use the county, right? So single family.
Not all of them.
Well, look, guys, it doesn't matter. The point is, we're not discussing switching haulers here.
Right.
We're just talking about adding a surcharge.
It's only for apartment buildings and commercial buildings. What the point that Councilmember Herzberg made is apartment buildings that are rental apartment buildings, yes.
Right.
But apartment buildings that are condo, that are privately owned by individual owners,
right,
excluding those.
Okay. And legally, is that something we
Yeah,
can
he
do
still
where
has
we
the
can say
floor,
for
but
one
yeah.
but not the other?
I don't know.
Yes,
that would be part of this, coming back in March, we do all that
Councilman
due
Sanchez,
diligence.
it literally is just a surcharge that we would add now to their bills. It would be a new tax, or a new
but
fee,
can we
rather.
do it to commercial, but not to apartment owners that don't use county garbage?
You
like,
can
we
because
exclude?
this
Can
is
we-
not this is not like discrimination in that sense. I mean, you do need to make sure that laws are generally applicable, but
Right.
but as far as like imposing a commercial franchise fee,
Right.
like a commercial solid waste franchise fee,
Right.
that is specifically targeting commercial customers or non-residential or non-homesteaded customers, maybe that's the way to put it. You know, so yeah, there's some level of differentiation permitted when it comes to these things, but it's as long as it's not meant to be, you know, prejudicial or you know, to intentionally discriminate against one group, which we're not discriminating. We're just trying to make sure the town's budget and therefore everybody's services are safeguarded.
Right.
You know, but obviously it carries some risk, right? Because it's a new fee. But so that's why I want to remind the general public and everyone up here that this is, you know, our backup options if the nuclear option goes off in Tallahassee, which has to do with a complete eradication of property taxes or a complete eradication of homesteaded property taxes.
And then something I'd like to know is what's the difference between the FPL franchise fee and the franchise fee for gas?
I'll let him answer, but the short version is that it gets taxed to you at the pump as opposed to.
No, it'd be for
But
natural
this is
gas.
natural
Oh,
gas.
natural gas. Okay, so
yes.
it would be on part of your utility bills.
Yeah, it'd be part of the
So,
utility
whereas
bill,
one's
similar
more
to what we
electrical.
do with the, like our
With
stormwater
FPL.
fee. It's a fee that's charged through the Miami-Dade Water and Sewer. So it's that utility charges that for us and provides us that revenue, similar to what FPNL, you know, the 3%, that franchise fee, they charge it on the FPL bills and then forward the proceeds to us. It would be something similar. Florida City Gas then would charge some type of franchise charge to them, to people with natural gas, and then they would forward that.
Yeah, so one's electricity, one's natural gas. My apologies on incorrectly. I was thinking about the gas tax. Councilman Fernandez.
Just real quick then, the fact is, at least from the way I see it, I'd be okay with all of them except anything that would take away the look of the town, and I would include the bus benches as well as the billboards. I'm sorry. The other thing is, in reality, I think that we would be foolish not to believe that we'd actually probably just raise the millage rate for those non-homesteaded properties. That would be the most logical way we would go about supplementing the revenue that we need for our services. It's not that we like to do it, but we would have to, right? So that's the only thing I wanted to say.
I think with that one, it would have to be if the state goes with an all or nothing. Right. If they completely eliminate homesteaded properties, exempt them, not if they modify some of the exemptions or increasing the exemptions or that, I think it would be difficult for us to have, we couldn't have then two different millage rates. So if they eliminate all homesteaded properties, then we can modify, because then we'd only have one millage rate, which would be for non-homesteaded properties.
Okay, I did want to also jump in before I forget, and I think I speak for most of my colleagues, that I also forgot to mention number 10, the school zone speed cameras, as well as the red light cameras are for me not in play. Yeah. Okay, anyone else that wants to opine? Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I thank you for bringing this up, where you're thinking ahead, trying to get a lot of the things up here. I can't, franchise fees and gas fees, and it's a regressive tack. It hurts, the little man as much as we can. I'm not for, but there are certain things here I see that I could be for, and I've been pushing for a long time, and I know you have as well, Mayor. EV chargers that we can use. We've been talking about a boatyard rental storage, trying to come up with a boatyard. A lot of members of our town have been asking for this. When you're knocking on doors, man, where can I put my boat? Costs me too much. They're spending hundreds of dollars storing their boat somewhere else. That could be a good revenue source for us. And we're not hurting the little guy, because if you have a boat, I'm not saying you're not struggling. Boats are expensive, but at least you can afford a boat. Maybe maybe we can save money on storage for them and time and gas of picking up at a boatyard that's far away from us. So definitely for that. As far as increasing any of the franchise fees, I'm weary, because it always affects the little guy when it comes to that. And I know you guys don't like this. I'm not for red light cameras, but I definitely was for, and I know you guys voted it down, but the bus cameras, it's more of a safety concern for me. I like to, when this, maybe bring that up in the future, as just keep an open mind. If all your issues are answered, your questions you have are answered when it comes to that, perhaps you can rethink the revenue source. It's a big revenue source for us, and we're protecting our children and making that area safe. But again, thank you so much for the town staff to bring this up and look at all the different things. It goes to show that what happens in Tallahassee is going to really affect every single individual here. So please call your representatives, let them know your opinion, because it's going to affect you locally on what we do here with your budget. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor, if I may.
Councilman Herzberg.
So just to put us in the proper direction for the town manager, and Mr. Manager, how do you want us to knock this down? I mean, I think, want me to just make a motion and?
Well, I think you got our,
you're
he's got
good.
our comments.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I think
Okay,
I've gotten
perfect.
feedback from you. We'll kind of get the one that I think has the most support from all of you.
And I just want to reiterate, though, for everybody, that this is, what would be the preferred if we needed to.
Yeah, just ideas.
Yeah.
At this point.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor?
Last comment, and then we are voting. Please go ahead, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thanks, sir. I think the boat yard looks like a good contender.
Excellent, thank you. All right, actually, we're not voting because, Dave was just to give them direction to the manager. All right, Mr. Manager, you are now recognized on item 8D.
Yeah, just
tree nursery
one last thing on
locations.
that item, as I'm not 100% sure we can do all the due diligence by March, but definitely by the April meeting, we'll be back.
That's fine, thank you. Okay, with that, Mr.
Tree
Beckman.
nursery?
That's right, man.
No, there's none.
Back down.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Bagnall, Director of Parks and Recreation. Before you have the preliminary report that looks at taking a look at potential sites for a future town-operated tree nursery. The overall arching goal here is to look at ways to build in resiliency to our urban canopy by being able to maintain trees, grow them in a town lot, and there's also some educational components that can be utilized by having our own nursery. This report looks at just the locations at which we can look at further investigating and working with, in some of these cases, potential other agencies in establishing a tree nursery within the town. The report goes through 4 options. If there are any questions or concerns at this point, I will be open to any questions, or if there's any preference or items you'd like us to look further into.
Yeah, I do want you to remember in my prior remarks on this, I did ask you guys to also try to explore the possibility of it occurring at the Part 3 golf course, in a hypothetical sort of situation. But I also would prefer for you guys to come back to us with more detail on the number of trees you believe you can fit at these sites and what that would represent as a savings to us, in the long run. Get more of that detailed information as well. What kind of trees as well, that you would want to plant at one or more of these sites. I think in order for us to make a final decision as to whether to proceed or not, I think that would go a long way. The idea was that it would be a cost-saving measure and perhaps even a revenue generator for us. So I just would like to see more before making any final decisions on my end. More information on those measures, before making a final decision. That would be, my sense of direction. Anyone else? Councilman Garcia?
Thank you, Mayor. And I looking at the next to the canal banks, I know it's the south side of the park, you wanted to make a passive park. By adding a tree nursery to that idea, would it expand possibilities in getting grant money when it comes to that, and less cost to us, and being able to do something like that?
So there are state grants. Right now we have one that we're finalizing an agreement with, and another we're going to be going after, we'll talk about shortly. But there are grants for tree plantings, which would include potential funding of some of the tree nursery plants themselves. So that's a possibility. When you refer to the south side of the park, which...
the south side of the town, the canal...
by the Canine Cove.
No, not Canine Cove, close to the cemetery on the
138th Linear Park and 59th, or 57th.
Yeah, that area that you were considering, and we kind of said, hey, let's put a pin in that, right? But that area next to the canals, any area next to canals that have tree nurseries, I mean, the foliage will look beautiful, and it's area that, if they let us use it, would be perfect area. The Part 3 is a great opportunity as well, Mayor, and we got to keep that open. But we have so many canals around, that's a great area to
you have
frontage road.
two canals that we identified within this, the 138th or 139th and 57th court were considered, except in order to provide site control and fence in, there's going to be a larger footprint to do so. That's why we kind of kept it to the GMX area is one of the locations that is more hidden. It already has a fence line that we can utilize and just extend. And then the same thing with Canine Cove. On Canine Cove, we would be minimal fencing, adding to the to the western portion of the park. So that is considered, and then to the mayor's point, essentially, the volume of trees is going to be dictated on the location we're looking at. I took a look at starting with at least a minimum of 30 trees, which is going to require at least 7,500 square feet. But to get into further detail on price, cost savings, we've taken in preliminary looks, but the size is going to be what dictates essentially what we can do.
Director, just a quick idea to save money. Can we work with the local schools so they can start as seedlings, perhaps a project? They can start our trees as seedlings, take care of it. Once it gets to the size where it could be planted, we take that on.
We
Could
can
that
look
be a
in-
way of saving money in that aspect of it?
We can look into it, and some of the preliminary ideas on staff side, without being able to go too far in, because we're only trying to finalize what location we want to go after. There is already an option in which we would start at a 25-gallon and just have to maintain the 25 to 45-gallon, which would cut down time and growth, as well as costs that we're going to have to maintain these trees for the entirety of 5 to 6 years before they can be plantable.
Understood, but I think the mayor would be amenable to allowing, to imagine getting the kids involved in the process and having them come out and plant the seedlings. I know it's not going to be a major percentage of the actual trees, but get them involved in the process, I think would be a great way to, educational process for the kids, if you'd be open to.
Well, first things first, right? Why don't we just let them come back? Well, let's keep our direction to them focused on what we want when they come back with the report. Again, I told them I want more detail. I don't know if you heard that part, which is just simply asking them to kind of provide more information, like how many trees they can plant at these sites, which trees they would plant, what they estimate the savings or revenue generator or opportunity would be, if any, and to include the Part 3, as a study site, before we start making any decisions going that far about involvement by others, et cetera, et cetera. I think first we need to get that information and not put the cart before the horse.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just have one question about the Part 3.
Councilman Sanchez.
With regards to the Part 3 and the arsenic in the land, can that have a negative effect on the long-term growth of a tree?
That is something we'd have to look into. Because of the back and forth relating to the Part 3, staff, we kept it off the radar. I know there was direction thereafter to go ahead and take a look at solely putting it forward to tree nursery and see what the impacts are.
And that's why you're not going to make assumptions about what arsenic may or may not do. You're going to do the research.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I
Anyone?
want to.
Anything else? All right. With that, thank you very much, Director. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Just a point between these two items as it relates to Director Bagdown's report. I believe other members of the council received this letter from the Royal Oaks Homeowners Association regarding some concerns that they had about some trees. I just want to know, is there an update on this? Are you aware of this letter? And then just confirmation that you or someone from the department would be attending this February 23rd meeting that they set with the Department of Agriculture?
Yes, I am aware. Yes, those trees were already previously reviewed by staff that were identified. There's a larger amount on that letter than what was requested and identified with staff. Yes, I already mentioned I'll be there, and then we already have made contact with previous individuals from both the IFAS branch locally as well as the state forester who have worked on something similar in the past. This is not the first time the town has gone through this process in this community as far as looking at the overall health of the aging oaks.
Okay, that's all I wanted. I just want to make sure it was getting the appropriate attention since we all received this letter.
Perfect. We are now on item
Mr.
8.
Mayor, can I take a special point of privilege now that we're talking about trees with the director?
Okay, please.
I'll make it brief.
Go ahead.
Director, you know my topic on Brazilian peppers? Okay. The gentleman behind my house, those 2 Brazilian trees are growing and growing, and they're not on his property. They are on our canal swale. I would like to consider going out there. I'm going to take you out there personally to show you that they're not in his property. They're outside. Let's take care of it. He's called me 100 times. He comes to my house all the time. And we have that infestation going on around our town with these Brazilian peppers. We haven't really seen the big picture, but they're going to do a lot of damage to our town if we don't put attention to it. So please consider looking into that gentleman's Brazilian pepper.
Most certainly, and if possible, if we can just get the address sent through the manager's office, Omar and myself will go ahead and take a look at it again to make sure that we didn't miss any of the sideline properties.
Well,
or
please
the
make
ownership.
sure that Director Angel also is informed in case he needs to be involved. All right. So with that, 8E Park Sponsorship Program. Let's pick it up, guys. Councilman Herzberg or Director Bagdown, if you want to introduce the item before he makes a motion, go ahead.
Okay, so moving on to the review of the park sponsorship program. Given previous direction from the council as far as looking at ways to include sponsorships mainly for corporate levels of playgrounds, this program itself takes a full analysis of all options in which we have to include a new sponsorship form coming off the back of the town's original commemorative parks program. So the program you have before you aims at providing sponsorship opportunities through playgrounds, pavilions, athletic features, dog park elements, fitness equipment, and landscape enhancements. It also takes into account recent review of the county's Article 7 of the charter, in which previously we were not looking into sponsorship opportunities, but given some of the language review, there is an exemption on pocket and neighborhood parks that would not reduce the amount or reduce the possibilities of sponsorships and some marketing within the parks themselves. So this program is the preliminary review of what we've been working with Councilman Herzberg on as far as what options we may have moving forward, and it is up for your input and review as to anything you may want to add for us a review. This will have to come back to you later on as a resolution to adopt the actual program.
Through the chair. I'm sorry, it's your item.
Councilman Herzberg?
I mean, if it's going to come back, I've reviewed it. You know, we had some meetings regarding the sponsorship program. This is one of the, I think it might have been the first MBI I did. I like the packet. I think it's something that we can all use and go out to our corporate, contacts and see what they're willing to sponsor. My idea is to make upgrades to primarily our pocket parks and playgrounds. Do it very tastefully. We're not going to have big banners, okay, and like that, but to give that opportunity, one, to corporations, national or local, to give back, and two, it's a cost-saving measure because I believe there will be some, there is some will to give back to the community, and this is a really nice way to do it as well.
Yeah, and piggybacking off of that, I mean, I could easily foresee now that we're getting all the parks, the pocket parks installed with park rule signs and everything else, maybe that could be just a pole that we add an additional plaque to or something with those sponsorships, in a way that it's more tasteful and not, like something out of Blade Runner or something like that. All right. Good reference. I'm glad you guys liked it. Okay. Anything else on this item?
Yeah.
Councilman Sanchez.
The difference between gold and silver playground sponsorship is $30,000, and the only difference when it comes to the chart is other. Can you define other for $30,000?
So that can be filming at the place of their business, that can be other things that we can take a look at, and also any input we have from the donor at that point.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing nothing else, thank you very much. We are now on item 8. Pardon me. I guess it would be 8F, yes. Organizational review report by Councilman Herzberg and Deputy Manager Lopez. I guess at this juncture, I will recognize the Deputy Manager to present the item, and then Councilman Herzberg for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tony Lopez, Deputy Manager. The item you have in front of you is in relationship to a new business item that Councilman Herzberg presented back in October of 2025. Where he requested for us to look into the costs for an organizational structure and efficiency review. Typically, these types of reviews are a comprehensive assessment of internal, administrative, and operational structures with the goal of, in essence, identifying areas where we can improve, streamline processes, reduce costs, and enhance service delivery. Usually, these studies come with different recommendations around what we can do internally in terms of restructuring, any policy changes or processing improvements to improve our community's performance. So in essence, we went ahead and did a a wholesale review, a preliminary wholesale review of communities across the country that have embarked on these types of studies within the last 5 years. And out of that, our general perception, it really depends on the size of the community. We saw pricing ranging anywhere between $40,000 for smaller communities all the way up to $250,000 for large communities. With that, our estimation is for a community of our size and our staffing levels, this study will likely be in the range of about $50,000 to $100,000. And that concludes the report.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the staff for getting that information over to us. If it's something we want to do, the only way we can get the true cost is if we send it out to bid. So I don't know. I'm not here to tell you I want to spend $200,000 on something, or 100, maybe even 50, but we're not going to know until we send it out to bid. So my motion would be to proceed and send this out to bid and see what the cost comes back with, and then we have a menu of options. That's the best way to deal with it. If it's something this council wants to think about, right? The only way we could do it is to see how much it really costs.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Our town manager has received certifications recently received a certification, which I think we should all be proud of. Puts him at a level of professionalism when it comes to being a city manager with his peers all over the country. Congratulations. Our deputy town attorney.
Manager.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I was looking at town manager. Not only is well educated when it comes to this, but also teaches at our local college as a professor. I think the expertise in finding efficiencies are here, and finding efficiencies and being able to see where we can save money here, save money there, or be more productive with less, or add or delete, is something that I think these two gentlemen have put together close to 50 years of experience. So although I understand the Councilman Hertzberg's idea here, it's just the cost again to me when we have talent here that teaches this, government and how to run efficiently and what it's all about. I think we can. I honestly think we should use the talent that we have around us. We're asking them to get certifications. We're asking high standards of our manager and deputy town manager. We're asking all these things in their contracts, and we're not utilizing them. Would you be opposed to using is there anything that you can bring to the table that this study will do differently? What is it about this study you feel is something that you can't do with all the experience you guys bring to the table when it comes to assessing talent, assessing systems, assessing budgets, things like that this study will do that you can't?
Yeah, council member, for us to do something like this in-house, it assumes that he and I then would not be doing our regular jobs for days, weeks on end. This is a very comprehensive type of a report, and I know that Tony or Dr. Lopez has looked at kind of like the cost structure, what but he hasn't delved into exactly what each of these would encompass. So, there's a limit, right? Everybody has, quote unquote,
Sure.
our day job, right? That we actually have to continue to do. To now set time aside, it'd be a large amount of time that we would have to dedicate to doing this and this alone, and our regular day-to-day operations or our duties would go by the wayside.
I would ask the council, was there a time frame that you wanted this to go out to bid and get started and get completed?
Not necessarily. I know this would be take some time to draft up the bid. And I agree with you. We have the talent here, and if you created, Peterman Lopez Consulting and sent them to some other towns, I would take their advice. But you can't review yourself, right? At the end of the day, it's just not proper. And they would agree with that. They understand that. I have no idea what the cost would be. This is all about just sitting out the bid and see what the cost is. There's a good chance that we're going to say, wow, that's too much money, and forget about it. We'll figure it out another way. But this is just the real way to figure out how much it would cost to give us that tool in the future if we want to. Right? No one's
Yep.
saying to spend the money now.
I guess I would beat a dead horse and say, if there's anything you can provide with your experience, not taking away from your other duties to help lower the costs for the town, I would ask.
Yeah.
And again,
I think we do that on a daily basis.
Yeah, no,
Councilmember.
yeah, absolutely. But
Yeah.
I understand what the Councilman Hertzberg is saying. You can't review yourself. But man, we're looking at more than 50, 60 years of experience just between the both of you. So it's, I love to make sure we're utilizing it. But thank you so much.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Item 8G, Public Safety Committee request to transfer allocated funds. Mr. Manager, present the item and I'll move it. Mr. Manager. Thank you.
This is a request from the Public Safety Committee. They were not scheduled to present tonight, and all they want to do is get council approval for 2 donation checks, $500 each. And it comes from the proceeds from the Cars for Heroes event, so I just like
All
to.
right, I will go ahead and move it.
I'll second.
It's been seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and we are now on the attorney's report. Mr. Attorney, you're recognized to give your report.
There's nothing really to report. There'll be some stuff in March, but there's nothing to report right now.
Okay, excellent. All right, we are now on item 12B, which was pulled from the consent calendar. Oh, wait, that's right, you guys moved it up earlier. Okay, got it, so never mind. We're on the consent calendar. Is there a motion?
Still moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar, which is just a minute's passed. 13A and B were deferred. We have, however, 13C, procurement ordinance by Dr. Lopez.
Please be advised that I'm going to read this?
Yeah, it's an ordinance, so go ahead.
Please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. Oh.
Just read the title. Just read the title, or read the ordinance into the record.
Okay.
It's
An
first
ordinance of
reading.
the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending and restating ordinance number 17-203 pertaining to purchasing procedures, authorizing the town manager to take all necessary actions to implement the revised rules and regulations, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Deputy Manager, you're recognized to introduce the ordinance.
So the item you have in front of you is currently a proposed revision to the town's procurement ordinance. The procurement ordinance is, in essence, one of the town's most important and consequential ordinances when it comes to doing business. In essence, this ordinance provides the procedures and rules of how we make purchases and provide and purchase and acquire services. This ordinance is going to give us the guidelines and the framework to do that. The last time this procurement ordinance has been revised in detail was approximately 14 years ago, in January 2012. Now that it's been 14 years, it is a good opportunity to take a really good, hard look at improving the ordinance to make it more efficient, streamline processes, and adapt to current times and also current costs. We have also received direction back in 2023 from the council to proceed in reforming the code and incorporate certain preferences, as I'll be describing as part of this report. As part of this process, myself, staff, our procurement staff, and also all of our staff played a key role in providing input and feedback around the changes proposed in this ordinance. We also took a look at several municipal ordinances, predominantly in the Miami-Dade County and Florida areas, and their revisions that they have conducted within the last 5 years. As a general overview, some of the major changes, we went ahead and updated our exemptions list. This includes items that we relatively purchase on a day-to-day basis. We made an effort here to put it more in line to specify certain exemptions that really are purchases such as travel, permits, modification services to our software, shipping services. These are day-to-day items that we seek to add to the exemption list just to be more specific on items that we procure around these areas. We've also provided language around limitations that purchases should only be made based on the allocated budgets. We provided updates to the town manager's purchasing thresholds, mainly to adjust to today's economic conditions and also to streamline purchasing ability. And in this case, what we did do to highlight some of those changes is in our small purchasing ordinance, previously, the manager had the authority to expend $5,000 with just getting one quotation. We're proposing to increase that to $10,000. Any purchases that are between 10 and 50, and previously it was purchases between $5,000 and $15,000 required 3 bids. We are now proposing to amend that to purchases between $10,000 and $50,000. And in essence, anything that's over $50,000 would be the trigger to issue a competitive solicitation. Other changes that we've added, we've specified areas, specific reasons on how bids should be rejected and what defines a major or minor irregularity when it comes to a bid that's submitted. We've adopted federal rules and state procurement rules into our code. We've also provided a limitation for all of our contracts to not exceed 5 years. That is, in essence, our current practice, but we're trying to add that language as part of the ordinance. Again, just so there is no questions moving forward. Right now, all of our typical contracts are 3 years with 2 extensions. This is memorializing that practice. At the same time, if the council ever desires to extend a contract further than that, they do have that ability. The other item that we did memorialize as part of this ordinance was Councilman Sanchez's recent new business item that passed in resolution related to increases on contract renewals. We also have amended certain thresholds around emergency procurements, contracts with nonprofit and public entities. We've also amended some details around sponsorship, donations, and in-kind services. One of the main points that I did want to bring up, and I brought up in several of the briefings, was your next ordinance highlights an acceptance threshold for sponsorships. And it's being proposed at $25,000. In this current code, we are recommending it be $50,000, but I will leave that as a decision point for this council. If they want to stick to the $25,000, we will amend the code accordingly to follow that. Additionally, we've also went ahead and increased local business preference points. We've increased the points from 3 to 5 in terms of a bidding or RFP process, and a 5% threshold when it comes to cost or bids. We also added preferences for veteran businesses, veteran-owned businesses, disabled veteran-owned businesses, and also under direction from the previous council, we added a preference for companies in Florida that employ special needs individuals. So that's also part of our preference procedures. We also accounted for a situation where you may have a business that has all 3. Or you have multiple businesses bidding that have preferences. So we have accounted for that in our procedures, but the main preference will always go to the local business. Also, we added a new procurement methodology called challenge-based procurement. Communities are starting to adopt this methodology, which in essence allows us to pose a problem that we may be facing in our community. For example, some places may have electronic permitting or issues with solid waste in their communities, and they may want to pose out to the public, hey, we have this issue with solid waste, give us your ideas, give us your concepts, and then we will, under this process, allow them to pilot that as part of the evaluation process. So they'll be able to demonstrate whatever innovation or technology to solve that problem. We've added this kind of a future thinking. We don't necessarily foresee this as being a common practice, But in a future scenario where we may have a situation where there are new technologies evolving, a lot of artificial intelligence products, things like that, where we may want to test something before going into a long-term contract with them, this methodology provides us a competitive process to do that. Lastly, we also added a statement around ethics in public contracting, ensuring that there are consequences if we do not follow this procurement ordinance, and ensuring that ethics is first and foremost when it comes to procuring goods and services for the town. So with that, these are all the proposed changes, and at this time, if there are any questions or comments, I'll be happy to address them.
To get us in the right posture, I'll move to adopt the ordinance. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. All right, discussion. Who wants to go first? Vice Mayor Morera?
Just very briefly to say, I'm going to move the item, or vote yes, the ordinance in first reading, but I would like to schedule a conversation with Dr. Lopez and the manager to talk about some of the changes that I'm a little bit uneasy about. I am uneasy about the $50,000 threshold. I am uneasy about some of the other points that I would like to see tweaked between here and second reading. But as far as the first reading goes, it's fine. That's it.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the time you took on this. A couple questions that I have as far as making sure that in the contracts our vendors are hitting their milestones. During due diligence, we had a contractor recently who couldn't, his finances were, I don't know, something was happening, he couldn't complete the contract. I believe it was a demolition. And are there any changes that you've made here that could kind of make it easier for the town to, whether doing their due diligence or in the bonds that we ask to pay, that they have to pay to upfront to prevent companies from bidding, be the lowest bidder, and then not be able to follow through, like, and slow down any projects that we have that just happened? We've had, that's a real life example that just happened.
Councilman, we can definitely take a look at that. In this ordinance, this sets up the guidelines for the actual purchasing of the goods.
Okay.
So the contract component is thereafter, and that's something that we definitely can look at, how we can incorporate more teeth into our contracts. If there's a vehicle that we can add to this, but this is mainly focused on the actual procurement and the guidelines around procurement.
Okay.
The step after that, that's definitely something that we can talk to our town attorneys with on the contracting side of how we can beef up those performance standards.
Just a question, Doctor. If you were doing procurement, just next step, contracting, was that something you thought about? Or maybe you said, I'm already looking at this process, might as well look at contract, because contracting has been a huge, maybe not issue, but it's something that comes up constantly, especially when our contractors don't meet the milestones. What are we doing to make sure either we're getting our money back or not paying them if they don't fulfill those milestones, or they're off scope, or whatever it is? You know, is that something I have to, Mr. Manager, do I have to put a motion to have them do that, or is that something you were already going to look into?
But I think we do that already, Councilmember. Is there a specific incident that
Yeah, the incident with the demolition of 59th Avenue, where we awarded the lowest bidder, and they were having issues economically, and we had to put it out for another bid. And during due diligence, we didn't find that. And I kind of mentioned, hey, he's the lowest bidder, maybe we should look a little more into that. And then those issues, that's a major issue, and if it happened, maybe it'll happen again. Is there any safeguards we can put in, since he's already looking at
We'll take a look at that specifically but we did, that contractor, that specific situation, he has performed in other situations, and we got references from other cities that he's worked for. So
100%.
Right.
But the result was, in looking internally and saying, hey, when we do our postmortem, did you find areas in the postmortem when it comes to the contract? He said, if we would have maybe done this or this, looked a little more into this, we would have, maybe it would have been a red flag. Just the fact that he was the lowest bidder by more than 50 or 60 or maybe 70,000, is that a red flag that we say to ourselves, whoa, let me take a look into it a little more? Why is he so cheap? I'm just saying, that's something I think we should codify. I don't know if you agree or not, but I definitely think we should codify
We'll take
that.
a look at it.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on this ordinance? All right, Councilman Herzberg, just because. No, because he shrugged a little bit, so I was like.
No, it's the right time to say it. I'm on the same position the vice mayor. Honestly, I didn't have time to review this with traveling in the last few weeks. There's changes. I have the same concerns. We'll meet. Some things are a little manager friendly, which sometimes can create efficiency. I understand that, and I do remember the prior council asking for that. But you know, we've got a new council now, so it'll be our job to decide this. But I appreciate it. It's a big job to make this ordinance. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this ordinance on first reading. Again, this is 13C.
Motion to approve the ordinance in first reading, item 13C. Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No?
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading, item 13C passes.
Excellent. 14A, naming rights, sponsorship, policy, and letters of support.
An
by the
ordinance of
Vice Mayor, but I'm going to turn it over to the attorney to go ahead and read the ordinance into the record.
An ordinance of the Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, deleting Town of Miami Lakes Code, Chapter 13, Article 12, naming rights, sponsorship, policy, and letters of support, creating Chapter 11, Article 5, Division 5, naming rights, sponsorship, policy, and letters of support, creating for providing inclusion into the code, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Excellent. This being an ordinance on second reading, there is a public hearing required. With that, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in chambers wishing to speak on this item, 14A? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, anyone online?
No one online.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. With that, Mr. Vice Mayor, you are now recognized to go ahead and make a motion related to this item, and then we can go to the attorney to elaborate further.
I'll move to adopt the ordinance in second reading.
I'll second it. Mr. Attorney, go ahead and provide the background.
Yeah, so what we've done with this is really two main things. One of them is move the naming rights, sponsorship policy, and letters of support out of the Land Development Code and into a different section. And this does provide for certain flexibilities in case we need to make future changes. And it also provides the manager with the authority to be able to accept gifts in the amount of $30,000 now. $25,000 an increase. Now, something for you to consider, especially since we're taking a look at the procurement ordinance. In the procurement ordinance, as far as spending, we're looking at $50,000. So as far as the manager being able to accept, I would also suggest that you consider raising that amount to $50,000 as well.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, is there anything more you want to say to that presentation before we open it up to our colleagues?
No, it's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, I will say this proposed ordinance actually seeks to match the current procurement limits of the manager, and is actually one of the reasons why I was a little confused by the ordinance that was in first reading. I think that this limit is solid for the current times, and yeah, I'll be voting in favor.
Anyone else on this item 14A? All right, going once, going twice, going once, twice. All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on ordinance 14A.
Ordinance in second reading to approve the ordinance, item 14A. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Quadra Garcia.
Sorry, can somebody please bring me up to speed on this?
Sir, we're in the middle of the vote.
It's going to be a no for me.
Okay, thank you. Madam
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading, item 14A passes.
Thank you. We are now on item 15A.
A resolution?
Yeah, you don't have to read resolution.
All right, whatever.
I'm trying to save us all.
Poor guy has probably had a long period. Oh, okay. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. All right, 15A, authorization to apply to the 2025 Urban and Community Forestry Grant.
Right.
And then with that, who is going to speak on behalf of this
I'll
item?
speak on it. It's a $75,000 grant application that we're requesting approval for, no local match. And this works in conjunction with the tree inventory that we're about to undertake. This would be to develop a forest management
I'll
plan.
move it. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Resolution 15A passes. We are now in new business items. Let's begin with 16A, Comprehensive Review and Modernization of the Town Code by Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I think modernization makes it sound a lot better than it actually is, but in summary, I think it's a good idea to go through our code and figure out what we can throw out. I think there's parts of our code, especially with code enforcement, that are obsolete, that are not enforced, that maybe we don't want to enforce, and things that could make our code officers and the building department's job harder. So I think it makes sense to allow staff to come back to us with those parts of our code that they don't believe have any value to still be in there, and let's get rid of it. Let's not allow old code and old laws to be stagnant. I think we need to do, everybody at all levels of government need to do a better job in getting rid of the obsolete. So that's what my motion is.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilman Garcia. Any discussion? Councilman Fernandez?
I'm gonna vote yes on it, but I'm a little reluctant. I mean, I really do think that the code is there for a reason, and I'd like to see what they come back with. That's really it.
I'm in the same boat. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We're now on item 16C by Vice Mayor Morera, FPL Streetlights.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and allow me to get there very briefly. So this is short and simple. I think everyone's kind of understood at this point. I know Councilman Cuadra Garcia has raised this issue in the past. For whatever reason, there are times where getting FPL out to make repairs on streetlights can take a significant period of time, sometimes more than 6 months. And I think we can all agree in our town that's not acceptable. Not only for safety, but also for aesthetics. A down street light is a sign of a municipality that doesn't take care of itself and doesn't take care of its residents. For that reason, I also understand, as the manager has pointed out in the past, that there are times where FPL has a heavier than normal demand on its resources due to, be it a hurricane, be it the recent cold snap, and as a result, their response time is therefore delayed. However, they have a monopoly on this date. That's their problem, not mine. And they go out and they're the ones that have to go and do repairs in North Florida, Central Florida, South Florida, and it can't be the town of Miami Lakes' problem that somewhere in North Florida had a snowstorm. At least not when it comes to these kinds of repairs. So what I would like to see is for the town to have the ability to fund and perform these repairs almost on a basis sort of like how we do with the county and speed humps, right? Where there's pre-approved criteria for the studies that have to be done and met in order to proceed with the speed hump, and then the speed hump has to comply with certain parameters when we go ahead and install them. Something sort of like that, where the town can go ahead and say, okay, a parameter has been met, it hasn't been responded to in 3 months, we're gonna go ahead and do it, and we're gonna do it according to this criteria that has been pre-approved by FPL. It is my understanding that other municipalities or local governments have similar form of agreements. So at this time, what I'm doing is I'm moving to direct the town manager to open discussions with FPL with the end goal of reaching an agreement whereby the town can be authorized to implement the repairs ourselves and then apply for reimbursement for said repairs from FPL.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilman Sanchez for discussion.
I completely agree with the vice mayor. You know, the image when you're driving down the street and you see the darkness of the lights that are not turned on, it can be detrimental to the perceived value of the town. So anything we can do to expedite the repairs. But obviously, this is two parties that have to come together and meet at a middle ground. I don't know if other municipalities do have this in place already, and if maybe it's something that needs to come down from Tallahassee, since really Tallahassee is the one that dictates pricing and everything like that with FP&L. But if it does come back where we don't have that alternative, I would recommend taking the route of reaching out to our state leadership, our representatives up there, and ask them to please put something forward where local municipalities, not just Miami Lakes, but across the state, can collaborate with FP&L to expedite the repair process on their own and just seek reimbursement after the fact.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Sanchez. I'm going to vote for this to hear back on what the terms of whatever agreement, if any, can be reached with FPL. Obviously, I also don't like having streets that are dark, in large blocks, right? Like sometimes I'll be walking around, there'll be 3 or 4 lights out, and so there's a big chunk of the street that's very dark and therefore dangerous for pedestrians and dangerous for drivers. So I'm going to support this, but mainly with the eye of waiting to see what the final product is going to be, because obviously cost is going to be a factor. But with that, any other discussion on this item?
Just quick, I know
Councilman Garcia.
when I first came into office, I kind of had a similar item where we create a little tiger team of a small group that can do these little fixes in the same vein as the vice mayor. I think the gas company has caused so much issues, and I know I put another item of trying to get communication with them and trying to get reimbursed. I think it's a great idea, Vice Mayor. I think ask for forgiveness instead of permission in a sense, but if we're following their rules and their engineering, we're following what we have to do, I don't see a reason why we can't do this. They should be open to it. It makes them look good, and it makes the town look good too, because we have services working 24/7.
Again, I just want to reiterate that I think what we all need to be looking at is, how quickly we would get reimbursed and everything, because that money's got to come out of our own pockets, and in essence now we're going to be taking over those poles, so I just want to make sure that everybody remembers that part before we start getting into expressions about, better to ask for forgiveness than for permission. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 16C passes, and we are now on Councilman Sanchez's item, 16D, school zone designation.
So just to give it a little bit of background, Miami Lakes Educational Center is our easternmost high school. It's located at 5780 Northwest 158th Street in Miami Lakes, in an area surrounded by commercial and industrial properties. Along Northwest 158th Street and Northwest 59th Avenue, the speed limit at all times of the day is 30 miles an hour, with no allocated time for a school zone limit of 15 miles an hour, which leads to a higher risk of incidents. Additionally, Miami Lakes Educational Center has one Miami-Dade County school police officer control all the traffic in the area for both arrival and dismissal procedures. Additionally, the upcoming construction and opening of Northwest 59th Avenue to Miami Lakes Drive will increase the amount of vehicular traffic to the area. It is recommended that a request be made to Miami-Dade County requesting a study to implement a school zone of 15 miles an hour from 6:45 to 7:45 a.m. and 1:45 to 3 p.m., along with sufficient signage and flashing lights to alert drivers of the speed zone. It is also recommended to seek support from the Miami-Dade County School Board, since this directly affects the safety of the students at Miami Lakes Educational Center. Now, this is not the plan that we had earlier that was shot down of putting the high-speed cameras where people would get fines for speeding. It's just the implementation of what other schools in the area already have of the speed limit of 15 miles an hour. I went out there in purpose on an invitation from the sergeant in charge of the schools in Miami Lakes, and I witnessed it for myself as a police officer from Miami-Dade County Public Schools, who was standing on 158th Street, would tell traffic to stop so that the students crossing over 158th would be able to cross into school safely, and cars would be traveling at 35, 40 miles an hour, wouldn't see them and just wouldn't see the police officer and just keep going, just because of the excess of speed. So I hope that I have support with this, because this is a safety concern for students and for parents alike.
I'll move it or second it.
It's been seconded by Councilman Garcia. Any discussion?
Just that it's a great idea. The fact that they don't have one already doesn't make sense. You're absolutely right.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 16D passes. We are now on 16E, maintenance of overgrown foliage surrounding electrical light post by Councilman Quadra Garcia.
No, but it has a waiver.
Mayor, 3 pages.
I'll move the 7.2 waiver.
I'll second.
Yeah, it was not the,
It's on the item, though.
oh, on the item itself, okay, but it's
Yeah.
on the agenda. I'm following the agenda. All right, all those in favor of the waiver, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the rule is waived. Now you may present.
Okay, I'll make it brief, Mr. Mayor, and council. Let's look at page 208, 209, and 210. As I was out there fixing those 11 issues with the light and the electrical, I happened to had been talking to the electrical contractor, and he said, he shared with me that all 11 poles that we visited have this. Look at this. These look like beehives. These poles are full of, I don't even know what to call this stuff, but it's definitely not our standard. This can bring snakes. Guys, are you looking at this?
I am.
Okay, so this is all, let's look at page 209. I mean, this is on a pole that's coming all the way from the very bottom, all the way to the very top of the transformer. That doesn't grow there in 3 weeks, 3 months, or 3 years. This is years and years of growth. These things are as hard as an electrical cord. So I reached out to the manager. I asked him, is this who takes care of this? The contractor told me that from the very bottom to halfway of the pole, it belongs to us, the town. And from half of that all the way to the very top belongs to FP&L. That's what was told to me by our electrical contractor. So,
Well, let him finish it, yeah.
I'm sorry, sir?
No, I was saying to have them let you finish before we jump into,
And if you
conversation.
go over to page 210, trees all the way up to the electrical wires. Is this our standard? This is not our standard. So, who can we ask and how can this be taken care of?
Are you making a motion, or?
I'm asking that somebody here has seen this before,
Mayor?
and who needs to be asked?
Manager Peterman, before
Yeah,
we go
yeah.
back to him for a motion.
We addressed this verbally with FP&L, and this is only concentrated in the area of Lake Patricia and Lake Catherine with the overhead power lines. In that area, the utility easement, instead of being in the front of the house, in the front of the yard, yes, like the areas where they have underground power lines, the utility easement is in the rear of the house, and it goes between the two homes. That's where the utility easement is. That's where these power poles are. So they are on private property. FP&L advised that they handle the top of the pole where the power lines are, and the homeowners are responsible for the lower half of the pole. What they are is vine that grows from the bottom up, and that vine, if the homeowner would be diligent in making sure that the vine never even gets on the pole or can get it while they can get it low, then it never gets to this point. But the responsibility for the lower part of the pole is the homeowner, and the upper part of the pole, this is on private property. We couldn't go on there even if we wanted to.
Well, Ken, just like as a regular code enforcement action, is there anything in our code that addresses this?
There's nothing that I'm aware of in our code that addresses this.
Mr. Manager, these poles are not on private property. They are outside of the fence. I could go take pictures for you. And again, this is not our standard. We should look into this. I'm just requesting that somebody looks into it and gets this cleaned up.
Anything inside the sidewalk is privately owned. So if it's not out on the swale, it's privately owned. It could be outside their fence, but as long as it's inside the sidewalk, that's on private property.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Just to get us into the proper posture, do you want to make a motion to have the staff look into the trimming and maintenance of these overgrown foliages and come back to us on
That is the answer.
Okay, I'll second that, and then I'll just briefly make a point.
Make the point. It's been seconded.
I definitely understand if it's private property, we can't go in there, but I do think I've seen FPL be very aggressive to the point of being overly aggressive with front yard easements and the oak trees and the swale trees. I wish they would be just as prudent with this as they are with those. So I understand, that sometimes, as has been mentioned at several points throughout this meeting, that they can sometimes be a little bit difficult to get out. This is something that they need to get out and address, especially if it is a safety concern. Visually, I honestly don't care. I actually think that looks better than a plain pole. But if it is a safety concern, then they do need to address it immediately. And I've had luck getting FPL out when I specifically say, I had it happen at my new house this summer. I've had good luck getting FPL out immediately when I say that there is a concern for life and safety. So that's what should be said. And if those vines pose a life safety concern, it should be mentioned to FPL so that they know that they're on the hook if somebody does get hurt.
I'll support it in the form that the Vice Mayor put it, to have staff look at the potential to argue it as a life safety issue. And also, however, for them to explore, maybe this is something we need to add to our code as something that they need to maintain, since we make them maintain the swale and everything else already in good order. Maybe this is something else we need to add to the code, after, of course, educating them that this requirement is changing. So with that, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. You guys have it, and 16E passes. We're now on 16G, establishment of an employee performance review policy via ordinance by Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. My thought process is just that I think it should be the policy of this council to require some type of review process for town employees and directors. This would put it in an ordinance. So I'd like to think it's a little bit of future-proofing. Obviously, any council can remove an ordinance, takes two readings. It helps it, and it makes it a clear policy directive of the town. I put in some minimum standards that I think make sense, but at the end of the day, first this is requesting that the town manager come back to us with positions for how this annual review process would work. At the end of the day, all we can do is say implement one and do one, and it's up to the manager to decide what that review process means for employees. So that's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Discussion, beginning with the Vice Mayor.
I have no discussion other than I support this completely.
All right, anyone else?
I'd just like to add a friendly amendment if possible.
Okay, Councilman Garcia for an amendment.
To tie the results of the review to incremental raises so that the top performers are being rewarded and those who are performing, average are still getting something, but not as much as the top performers. Just to give the top performers an incentive to continue to do that. So I'd like to see a correlation between high ratings and if we do give, raises or COLAs or anything like that, we can.
Point of order.
Mr. Vice Mayor, you're recognized for a point of order.
I don't think that the amendment is allowed. I think that breaches, I think that does go beyond our charter allowed duties or powers.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
The point, now that he mentions it, I think so, in an abundance of caution, I will rule in favor of the point of order, that we can't consider it the amendment, but however, feel free to do the research between now and whatever meeting.
Okay, you got it.
To see if it's something we can tack on later, perhaps when we get this back as an ordinance. Remember, it'll have first and second reading. So, with that, any other discussion on this item? Mr. Manager, you wanted to speak? Go ahead.
Yep. Listen, we are implementing this, and during the budget process, I admitted that I was deficient in making sure that this was done on a regular basis. I take that buck stops with me. And we have taken now the steps to implement a process. We have implemented a process, well, it's about to be implemented. I'm getting final feedback from my executive staff. Our plan is to implement a review process where it would happen on the employee's anniversary month, so that they're not all stuck in 1 month. We're going to spread it out throughout the year. HR will send out and say, okay, these are the employees in next month who have their anniversary, and those employees would then have their review during that month. I think it'll be less impactful on the departments, especially the larger departments. So we're already doing this. My fear, right, and my concern, and I also am a protector of the charter, and I believe that this, if it doesn't border, I think it already, it invades the separation of the council interfering with the administration of, especially because it's earmarked specifically for town employees. So it's basically the council telling me you have to do this with employees. The next thing that could be is you have to make sure that all town employees are doing different things, right? And now it's the council imposing on the manager. I believe that this is better done as an encouragement or a recommendation, and that you can put that the manager's evaluation will, part of the evaluation will be based on their managerial practices, including evaluating proper, employees on a regular basis, something to that effect. But the mandate that you are mandating me to do something with town employees, I believe crosses the line into interfering with the manager. The manager in the charter is giving powers and duties, and in those powers is that oversight of employees. And interference, I think, is clear in there that the town council won't interfere with town employees.
Well, we're not going to go in and extend it back and forth. I just want to remind all parties that we are still in the new business item phase. This would come back as an ordinance, which means it would require first and second reading. I think the manager has made a valid point that we need to flesh out where that line begins, right? Where the prohibition begins in the charter. So why don't we just give, while we're passing this, we'll give the attorney's direction to go ahead and also report back on what extent we can, in essence, direct the manager to establish these sorts of programs and evaluations, right? I know in the past that we have had changes. I believe it was Councilman Mingo a while back that had some standards relating to women in the workplace and whatnot. So I know in the past that we have been allowed to regulate somewhat, on some of these issues. But why don't we just, while we're waiting for first reading to come back, we'll also simultaneously have the attorneys deliver an opinion on that, which is something I think we need to flesh out.
Through the chair, can the town attorney also look into performance based on salaries, based on performance, percentage of increase in salaries, to look into that, if that's available to us?
Whether we can mandate that, is that what you mean?
Well, depending on whatever, if we decide, you can give ratings and to all the employees.
Well, the question to him is whether the council can direct them to establish, something like that, that kind of evaluation system, or if we, are only required to set up an evaluation program, and then the details he alone is able to have. Again, that is what the direction we're giving to him right now.
Just like to see if, while he's looking at it, if the answer is yes, can we attach performance raises based on performance ratings?
As in, again, in essence, establish the performance incentive program.
Yeah. Yes.
Councilmember Garcia, just historically, that's been done through the budget process. Yeah, that's just my 2 cents worth on that. We've done it in the past.
But through COLAs?
Or no, but even some merit increases based on the results of a performance evaluation.
Okay, can we attach the merit increases?
We've done that through the budget process.
Can we look into attaching the merit increases into their actual ratings? If a performance evaluation is approved and it can be done, if the lawyer comes back to us, the town attorney comes back and says, yeah, you can do this. Can we look into also?
I think as part of the request I made to the attorneys, that would be included, right?
Okay.
Because again, the idea is for them to flesh out when the prohibition starts, right? When is that line that we're now getting into what we're not permitted to do? Councilman Herzberg.
If I may, just to give a little close here, I think the line's really clear. The manager puts in the policy of the council. This is an overview policy. I think the attorney can answer the question right now, honestly, and I think he wants to. This is no way a charter violation in saying this is a minimum standard of please do this. We're not telling you what the policy does. We're not telling you if someone gets an unsatisfactory. We have no power over what that means. I don't agree with the councilman that we can set merit increases. That's in the complete power of the manager. But to have an ordinance that says a minimum standard of just making sure that this town has annual review process is in no way a charter violation. I mean, if the town attorney wants to answer it right now, but I just don't see it.
Do you want to answer it right now?
I'd be very surprised if this was a charter violation. I think
That's fine, but I
something could
think
be-
it would be helpful
I think
regardless to
something-
have a formal legalized opinion that, just to, instead of going case by case, we kind of have a general line
Can I
of
tell you
when it
what-
falls on one side to the other.
As long as I'm not being offensive to the item, my plan is to talk to Councilman Herzberg, get a little bit more detail, then discuss it with the manager and make sure that we're.
You join JAMS mediators or something?
Yeah.
Or,
I'm not mediating, I'm not mediating.
Okay.
And by the way, they're very expensive, but that's a whole nother issue.
They are.
I think there's a way to implement this legislation without offending the charter.
No, and I don't disagree, but again, I just think for everybody's benefit on future legislation related to what we can't and can't, set policy for as it relates to employees and whatnot, I think that would be helpful to everybody, for the future. And again, obviously, the devil is always going to be in the details as to how this ordinance is prepared. But notwithstanding that, I think I agree with you, and I agree with the council member that this is something we can do. But I think it would help everybody moving forward to go ahead and have you guys come back with a formal opinion that we can use as an advisory opinion moving forward for ourselves and future council members. With that, any further discussion? Councilman Cuadra Garcia, and
No,
then
I like what you said, Mr. Mayor, I like that.
thank you. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the item carries. And so now we are on item 16I, my item, which is to review the status of the Blasting Advisory Board. I want to begin by saying that this is a discussion item, but I do want to take some action tonight, and I'll explain why. I need somebody to explain to me, and you heard it directly from the chair himself, right, that the Blasting Advisory Board was not meant to be a committee in perpetuity, right? It is not meant to exist forever. And, at this point, that they have done excellent work, right? And for those of you that were part of it before, you all did excellent work, going to Tallahassee, representing, the town and the interest of its people. With respect to this issue, there have been at least 2 major town halls on blasting that have been partly organized or assisted by the Blasting Advisory Board. There have been other forums as well held where residents were able to express their concerns, where research was able to be presented, and an organization structure set up to marshal these complaints together and present them to the fire marshal's office, right, and with other key decision makers. But I believe we need to amend the resolution to provide for some clear metric for sunsetting the committee, because I don't think there's anything else that they can do that has not already been done. And, again, we already had this discussion during the budget season regarding how much money they should be allocated. I disagree with the chair and the defense that he gave of why they were having blasting keychains, that they were passing out as part of their budget as a promotional item. I don't think that necessarily raises awareness in the way that he thinks, right? I mean, this isn't a branding thing, right? And you either are aware of the blasting because you experience it, or you're not. So my point is that for monetary reasons, not to mention that let's be real, a good chunk of the membership of that board, if not all of them, don't live in the town. And I just, have always been deeply uncomfortable with having the town solely bear the responsibility and, and the weight, financial and otherwise, of having to push for this issue. This is not saying that the town is going to end its blasting efforts. It's just a recognition that, at this point, what are they doing that we can't already do ourselves? And the alternative to go ahead and have a discussion with all of you as to what should be the criteria for that board to sunset, or should we do an annual review, that where it forces us to go ahead and consider ending this board, because again, it's not meant to be a committee of continuous existence, right? And then, I just don't see what else the board has left on its docket, as it were, in order to continue advancing the efforts in a way that we cannot do ourselves already. Again, reports have been presented, et cetera, et cetera. So with that,
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion. Thank you. Councilman Garcia, go ahead.
Mayor, I think it's a good idea.
I'm sorry, just Councilman Garcia, then Vice Mayor Moreno.
Mayor, I think it's a good idea to always take a look at these advisory boards, and they're not in perpetuity forever. I mean, you have to take a look at, I think looking at it yearly to see where they are is a good idea. I think it's premature to sunset it as of right now. We did sunset the first board, right? I think it was prematurely. We started a second one. A lot of that, I guess education that a lot of the residents got, and we've been up to Tallahassee. We've seen a lot of the representatives get a good education on what blasting is. They didn't even know it was an issue, or the lobbying for the miners did a good job in giving their point across. We're not there yet. We make a lot of progress, but I still think they have a valuable job to do, which is continue the education process. This brand new litigation is new. We don't know where it's going to go. We don't even know if it's going to be, if we're going to go to court, if it's going to get thrown out, if the miners are going to come to Florida's going to come to the table. So I still think it's a little premature to sunset it now, but I do think we should implement a mechanism that allows us to review on a yearly basis any board really that we have a budget for, just to make sure they're being, or any committee, just to make sure they're being effective. I would go with that.
Thank you. And I'm going to reserve any rebuttal for after I let all of you go, so just want to make that clear. So we'll go to the Vice Mayor, and then I see Councilman Cuadra Garcia, then Councilman Herzberg, and we'll move down to my left.
Thank you, Mayor. From the outset, I'll say it is a healthy practice to every so often review how our committees are doing and are they living up to their governing ordinance, et cetera. I don't deny that the BAB is probably primed for an amendment to its operating ordinance. The nature of the playing field has changed when it comes to the BAB. I have myself stated in the past that pretty much once the BAB delivered its long written opinion off which a lot of our efforts have been based, the one that was authored by Councilman Herzberg when he was still a member of the BAB, that essentially concluded the BAB's one, if not its primary goal. It is, after all, an advisory board. It provided its advisory opinion. That being said, I do think it sends the wrong message to even discuss sunsetting during a legislative session on which Representative Fabricio, who has stuck his neck out for us time and again, as well as Senator Avila, have bills attempting to go to the floor. We have said it a million times. The miners watch these meetings, and they know what we're doing. And the second we do something like that, they're immediately going to report that, oh, if it was of such importance, why are they sunsetting that committee? I just don't think it sends the right message at this time. I will agree with your item to the extent that it only seeks a review and a potential amendment to the ordinance to fit it to its current role. But a full sunset, I don't think we're ready to see that now. I think at the earliest that you could see that is the end of the current fiscal year, or the end of the current, at the earliest end of the current legislative session, just to see how the cards fall.
Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia, Herzberg, and Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to echo the words of our Vice Mayor. Make it brief. I think that we should give it a little more time, and again, consider evaluating it once a year, see their performance. But I think that this is not the appropriate moment to actually get rid of it. Thank you. I hope you consider.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you that we need to look at the incorporated resolution. I think what it does now has completely changed, especially after the advisory opinion, right, was presented. For me, and I also agree, I don't understand what the keychains and things like that were about. But to me, they are pretty much the lobbying team for this item, for this town, for our residents. And yes, you're right, for everybody else, because nobody else is out there. And whenever I've spoken to people, I've said that this isn't just Miami Lakes, this is all Northwest Dade and even parts of Broward. But that tool is important. I know it's very important to our representatives. I know it's very important to the senator. And for example, the only reason I had a meeting with Representative Coaster on this issue, who's the chair of the committee that the bill currently sits in, it's a last minute try, yes, but she was very interested, is because the chair of the Blasting Advisory Board was in Tallahassee. And he was walking the halls and got that meeting, and we later had a meeting with a lobbyist team of the industry. So just that shows that there is benefit. I think this year they should have gone up much earlier. I'll go work with them on getting the lobbying travel set much better. I think Dade Days was the wrong time to go. But that's where I see this board having a benefit. It is a small cost, but it's a cost that if we wanted to use our lobbyists would be a lot more. So I agree with you that the purpose of the board does need to change, and we can look at that. And I'm fine looking at any committee or board every year and seeing if we want to get rid of it or not. I just don't see it now, right? It's not something that we'll get rid of now, and I don't know when the end game is. That is a very good question that we will decide at some point, because you're right, it's not a permanent board.
Thank you, Councilman Sanchez, and then and then I guess Councilman Fernandez.
This is more of a question for Councilman Herzberg and our town attorney. The information put forward by the Blasting Advisory Board, are you able to use that information as reference material for the cases you're currently litigating? Is it helpful?
It has been helpful, but I want to stop there.
Okay.
I will say that the information they use is all public records.
It's relatable information. It's reference material.
Yeah, but it's all public record.
It's all public records. Anyone can get it, but,
right, but if
yes.
if we one day said this isn't going to happen anymore, that is one less tool in your toolbox that you can use.
Not really.
It's all public records. Does it help so that they compile data and give us numbers without us doing it? I guess, but it's all public record anyway. Anything
Because
they
I'm in
use.
full favor of supporting something that
This is one of the times when I love to sit up here and say, I don't got to tell anybody anything about what's going on in my litigation.
No, but if it's a tool in your toolbox that you can use to help expedite the process.
We're not using any town resources for our litigation. Let's just put it at that.
Including the BAB.
Yeah, it is a complete separation. Where I mean, if they have something that we can use, sure, but we're going to do it ourselves. This is very serious.
We're not
litigation
on resources.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Councilman Fernandez.
To the extent that that I agree with you, that committee specifically will end at one point. I don't think it is something that's going to go on indefinitely. I'm just not sure that this is the time. I would just say that I think that I would agree that if you wanted to make it out where we would review yearly the committee and its mission, then I would agree with you. But right now, I think that we should just leave it alone for the time being.
Well, thank you all for your comments. I do want to point out, and look, I can read a room and I understand the delicacies of addressing this issue, right? And I understand, that how it may look or whatever, as the Vice Mayor said, which is the most salient point I've heard as far as why keeping it. But that's exactly my point. I think, and as Councilman Herzberg did, there was a recognition that there isn't a clearly defined end game, for this committee. And, so I'm glad I brought up this conversation because, what do we want them to do? I mean, as was just answered in response to Councilman Sanchez's point, as the attorney and Councilman Herzberg responded, that report is already a public record that can be used at any point, The lobbying that goes on in Tallahassee, there's nothing that stops Mr. Martinez from doing this on his own on a regular basis, And I've long argued, just as when I was on then Representative Manny Diaz Blasting Advisory Task Force. I have long argued that not having a formal structure of a board actually is better for them. It's more flexible, right? And if the only thing we're going to rely on them for is to be an extra set of hands in lobbying, then we don't need a board that meets once a month to do that, right? We got to remember the soft costs that we incur through staff time, on these meetings. And again, it sounds to me as if nobody quite knows what is the end game, just yet, so maybe that's the item I need to bring, back, for us to clearly define that. Because again, right now it seems also as if nobody's quite sure what there is left for them to do, which I think just highlights my point further, other than the lobbying,
Right.
Which again is really our job, right? And then, in which you've, I've delegated that role to you, as the chief lobbyist on the blasting issue, but again, I just want to reemphasize the importance of not allowing mission creep to take over any of these committees. The Historical Preservation Board, by the way, when I first got here, had been in existence, I think, since the town was founded, but was inactive for over a decade or so, or close to it by the time, right, Clarisol? So, these zombie committees sometimes, exist, and, it's important to have a review of those founding resolutions, and to, provide in those that aren't needed on a year after year basis, like a cultural affairs planning events like our 4th of July, et cetera, or an elderly affairs planning a bingo for our seniors. Like, we need to start remembering to include sunset language in those resolutions, or at least review periods. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and amend, being that it was initially just a discussion item, I'm just going to go ahead and make a strike all amendment, requiring that every year during, I'm going to set it to coincide with the fiscal year, right, when we have to make decisions about this. So, every August, or rather every July, I think would make more sense, because that's at the start of the budget process. The council will need to go ahead and reauthorize the committee's existence. That is it. It's as simple as that. All right. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
One no by Councilman Garcia. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Thank you all. And we are now on 16. I. Yes. Sorry, I think I incorrectly had called this one I when it was H. So 16I, the budget calendar by Vice Mayor Brian Morena.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a discussion / action item. I wanted to have a discussion with you guys about potentially modifying the town's budget calendar to provide the council and residents with greater opportunity to offer meaningful input before the preliminary budget is developed and released. As I know, we will all recall, during the last budget cycle, when we received the preliminary budget, we all had the same feeling. Number one, we were rightfully called many names in many places, and sent to the various depths of hell as a result of that preliminary budget, when in reality we had pretty much no input into that preliminary budget, as did the residents. In discussions with residents and people who work in peer municipalities, I came to find out that some municipalities do it a little different than we do. They start their budget process earlier in the year through some preliminary sessions where at least priorities are set forth and developed early on, giving the staff a clear picture of what it is we're looking for, so that the product that is delivered at the time a preliminary budget is drafted is at least has our fingerprints on it, and is not, for lack of a better term, the manager's budget, strictly. So I'm open to discussing the details and the scope of the changes that we make, but some of the concepts that I believe warrant discussion include holding at least one preliminary strategic planning workshop prior to the deadline for submission of departmental budget requests, That would allow the council and the residents to provide policy guidance and articulate priorities to staff at an earlier stage in the process, helping to avoid that sticker shock that we just talked about once the preliminary budget is published, and enabling a proactive rather than reactive budget process. It also enhances transparency and public confidence in our budget development process. The other recommendation that we should consider is circulating draft preliminary budget scenarios based on good faith revenue and expenditure forecasts earlier in the process, allowing the council to identify at an earlier stage areas that may require additional funding, adjustment, or further analysis. And this is actually in reference to what, at least in my case, we were asking for preliminary budgets early on, and we kept getting told, no, you can't have that, essentially, because we don't have the numbers from the state yet. We don't have the numbers from the state yet. All we have is a forecast. We don't have the fixed numbers from the state. That's all right. We understand that. We're grown up, we're adults. We can understand that it's a forecast, not an exact figure, and that number is subject to change. But it allows us to start the building blocks for the budget of seeing, okay, well, hang on, this area is going to be severely underfunded. We need to figure out what we need to move around, where we need to cut and slice and dice in order to get to a balanced budget and to meet that area. Or, hey, this area looks like it's going to be severely overfunded this year. We can take from here. But without seeing those in an actual budget spreadsheet, it becomes very hard for us when all we receive is a preliminary budget right at the beginning of the process. So that's my item. It's to direct staff to come back to us. Actually, the item is to direct staff to come back to us during the March 2026 regular council meeting with proposals consistent with the concepts that I just described, and any that may be generated during this discussion, including a review of budget practices employed by peer municipalities that align with the spirit and intent of this proposal.
I'll second.
It's been seconded. Councilman Sanchez for discussion.
I would also like to amend it a little bit to add deadlines for the specific specialty funds that we have within the budget. Have those deadlines given to us within this this preliminary budget workshop. So, for example, during the budget season last year, the special funds had already closed by the time that we tried to make changes to them, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
No, I don't.
No, that we were working the general fund, we had to finish it by a certain deadline, but the ones for like the PTP and all the other funds had different deadlines.
No, the deadlines is setting of the millage, which has to be done in July.
But I'm talking about the actual special funds after the fact, after we set the millage. This is down into like August, September.
No, the only deadlines really are the passage of the entire budget in the two in the budget hearings.
But I recall trying to change something in one of the special funds, and we were told that the deadline to change anything on that had already passed.
Budget Director
Good evening,
Herrera.
Mayor, Council. I believe what you're referring to is maybe the special taxing districts, but as far as any other funds, the budget is presented in September, and that is when the final budget is presented. However, when it's referring to the special taxing district, what we're setting is not the budget for it, is we're setting the assessment rate that each special taxing district will be charged for that budget cycle.
Thank you for refreshing my memory, because it had to do with the renewal of the contract for the security services, and that we were increasing it during that budget time without sending it out to bid. And when we went back to try to say, hey, let's bring it back down, it was already too late. But we weren't aware that we had passed the deadline.
As far as the budget, we can amend the special taxing district budget. However, the only thing that we would not be able to amend, and our deadline for that, hold on, I have it in front of me.
Because the assessment that goes out in the trim.
It goes out in the trim bill.
And that is.
And on the.
But isn't that similar to the millage rate, that is worst case scenario, we could always lower it?
Yeah, we could lower, we cannot raise it.
But by when is the set rate for the special taxing district is due
September.
before the
It's
general
due,
budget?
so the first is due July, I believe, 11th.
All right, but
July, it changes based on the fiscal year, but this
I'm
year
just
I
trying to
have
get to
it
the point
for.
that they have two different due dates. The general budget versus the special taxing district budget has two different due dates. Is that correct?
Again, the entire budget is in September. The special taxing district, what we're setting is only the assessment rate. We're not finalizing the budget per se for the special taxing district.
Yeah, it's just like when we have to set the preliminary millage.
Right.
That's what she's trying to say, yeah.
But the millage in September can be lowered. The assessments cannot.
Can be lowered, but they cannot be raised.
Right.
Right,
And
right. And
so-
I understand that it
yeah.
cannot be raised, but our general budget is due to the county by when?
Not to the county.
October 3rd or 4th, right?
So-
Yeah, after the budget hearing.
Well, to the state, right?
So we have to follow trim compliance.
Right.
So we have different deadlines that is in my budget calendar, and my
Right.
budget calendar states what deadlines we have to provide. So let me, since I have it here before me. So July 1st, we got our final certification of the taxable value from the property appraiser.
Right.
By August 4th, I have to let the Department of Revenue know what our millage cap will be
Right.
for the
Right.
trim notice.
But
I-
let's target specifically the special taxing district. What are the deadlines for special taxing districts? Or are they aligned with
So,
the entire budget?
I have to send the folio files to the county in July 15th, around that time frame.
The folio files? You-
Yeah, the folio on the rate files. So
Oh.
what the assessment rate will be for each folio within the special tax.
And that's why you normally ask us to go ahead and set the rate sooner.
So that's why we have the ordinances that come before you to set the assessment rate.
For the special taxing district
for the
specifically?
and that's why we do the special taxing district budgets before, so that you have an idea what
Right.
is needed, what their assessment rate should be based on the expenses that they have.
But if we decide to lower it, because we can always lower it, as you just
You can
stated.
lower it, you
by
cannot raise it.
when do we have to lower it? And does it coincide
So I
with the same
believe the
deadline as the general
final
budget?
date that you can lower it is September 15th.
So it's prior to that.
But remember
of-
that it would have to be 2 readings. So,
Right.
so you would have to have a meeting in August and a
Right.
meeting in September to lower the assessment rate. And also keep in mind that then I also have deadlines to publish the budget. So if you change special taxing districts, I have to also change the entire budget book.
For the
and what
news-
comes-
I'm not asking to change
Okay,
anything.
I'm-
I just, because I remember last budget season, were caught a little bit off guard when we tried to change the budget for special taxing district, and we were told we already passed the deadline.
May I
If you
suggest
remember
just,
correctly.
if you
Yes,
can
sir.
do me, with the manager's indulgence, if she can email us her deadlines, or at least her estimated timeframes?
Well, you'll have it in the March council meeting. You'll have a copy of the budget calendar and all the deadlines that I have to meet,
Perfect, okay, I think that would be immensely helpful.
which is, I believe,
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
Vice Mayor is asking for.
Yeah,
So,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I agree with the vice mayor of stretching out the timeline for us to process the budget a little bit longer.
Yeah.
so every year when we start budget process, you do get a budget calendar.
Yeah.
What you do get is a condensed one. What I'm going to provide you is the second one that I have, that is the extensive one. So you know what every single deadline is. There are deadlines that are behind the scenes that I have to deal with.
Right.
But now it'll be clear for you to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
X and Y.
Vice Mayor,
anything else?
when were you thinking of having that initial, like in June after we get
We won't know until the
the
next
estimated
council meeting.
valuation from the county?
Again, that's part of the motion, is for you guys to let us
Okay.
know when an ideal time is, because I also understand that there is a little bit of interplay with the current fiscal year's amended budget discussions, so I don't know how that plays into it. But again, that's why, that is not a budget meeting as much as it is a priority-setting meeting. I'm talking about the one I'm proposing. It's setting off early, letting you guys know where we stand so that we can have our fingerprints on the future one, the one that ends up getting passed in September.
So if I may.
Go ahead.
To be clear, what you're wanting is to have a meeting prior to the proposal that would be coming before you, to set the millage, cap. You wanna have a meeting before to.
Absolutely.
You wanna have a meeting before to basically, not that we're gonna present something to council, but for council to necessarily tell us, or to tell me, what you would like to see in the proposal.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes, and to the extent, and I don't even care if it's one meeting, 2 meetings, I don't care. I'm not one of these, this is where, I love the mayor, this is where we disagree. I'm okay with having extra meetings on that subject. It's the one job that this council has is to set a budget and to do it right. And if it takes having a couple extra meetings, so be it. I would recommend taking a look at one of our sister cities, take a look at Doral, take a look at other cities nearby, see how they do it. I know for a fact Doral is one of the ones that implements it. That's where I actually stole the idea from. Props to them. And just come back to us in March with some suggestions and some suggested dates for that. That's it.
All right, we got it.
All right, I'm going to jump in here and just say I'm going to support this just to move it forward and wait for those options. But yes, as the Vice Mayor said, and correctly so, with good reason, I am not for meetings on meetings just to say that we're doing something, right? I want these meetings to be productive. So my ultimate support is going to come down on what those proposals look like, what we're accomplishing, because I am not going to be sitting here wasting time or the public's time, just to be able to say that, virtue signal. I'm not saying that's what this is. Again, I'm waiting to see what the final proposal will be. But I mean, again, there's nothing that has ever stopped any of us from reaching out to the manager and saying, in this budget, I would like to see more of this or that. And ultimately, in most cases, when we're cutting stuff from the budget, it's not so much that, the manager went rogue and reinvented the wheel in conjunction with the budget director, although I'm sure they would like to.
I'm sorry.
But with that said, I think they really are just building off of prior year's budgets and incorporating the feedback that they've heard year-round from us already. So that's why whatever the proposal is, my recommendation to staff is just to make sure that it is detailed enough about the objective of that meeting and it not just be a sunshine meeting to have a sunshine meeting. Because then now it's going to be a sunshine meeting, to discuss the committee budgets where they're going to have to come over here and let's call it what it is, basically grovel to us asking for money. Right? And then there's going to be another sunshine meeting, or a special call meeting on setting the preliminary rate. Then there's going to be another meeting. Again, let's make sure that this is as productive as possible, not just for my convenience or anyone else's convenience up here, but to respect the public's time, right? Because not everybody is just somebody just hanging on Facebook, trying to watch. They're not a young Josh Diegues out there trying to nerd out, watching this meeting till midnight when they should be asleep already, right? They want to be at meetings that are going to be productive and have a defined goal. And so that's all I'm asking for as part of this. So anything else before we go and call a vote? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. All right, we're now on 16J, technology upgrade by Councilman Sanchez, who is recognized to introduce the item.
Just a little bit of background, that the Town of Miami Lakes Building Department stands as one of the best building departments in Miami-Dade County due to its customer service, excellence in permit reviews, and turnaround time. To make it, quote-unquote, the best in Miami-Dade County, hardware and software components need upgrading to allow for digitalization of architectural plans and future submissions, just like Miami-Dade County already has. It's recommended that staff return to the March 17, 2026 regular council meeting with a project scope to begin the procurement process for the technology upgrades needed to implement the ability for architectural plans to be submitted digitally instead of printed paper. That'll save time, it'll be cost effective, and it'll save some trees in our town of Miami Lakes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Councilman Herzberg. Any discussion from you, sir?
No, in support of the item.
All right, anybody else? All righty, with that said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And with that,
One more for me.
yeah, we got, hold on, I'm just trying to follow this
L.
here. Okay, yeah, so we're L. We're at 16L, consolidation of town events by Councilman Sanchez. But before you do, I'm going to go ahead and move that we extend the meeting to 11:30 p.m. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Councilman Sanchez. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The motion carries, and we can continue till 11:30. All right, Councilman Sanchez, you're recognized to introduce your item.
So based on some due diligence research, in a fiscal year, the town of Miami Lakes produces 40-plus events. That includes the Mental Health Fair, Nightmare on Monroe's, the Veterans Day Parade, Main Street Concert, Spring Fling, and the 4th of July as its main events, with smaller events sprinkled in between, such as Skate Miami Lakes, Book Talk, the Small Business Boot Camp, Pubtober, etc. It's recommended that staff return with a new schedule where events with low attendance may be merged with larger events, such as Skate be a part of the Spring Fling, and the Fall Mental Health Fair with the Halloween event, and renaming the Miami Lakes Fall Festival, as this will draw a larger crowd to the attractiveness of a family event without the stigma associated with mental health. I believe this will lead to higher attendance to our events, along with having cost savings due to vendors covering one event instead of two events.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Discussion?
Yeah, I always,
Councilman Garcia.
I think it's a great idea to, in fact, I know we've been encouraging for years for the committees to work together and come together and decide, hey, how can we pool resources?
Right.
Yeah, I think we should encourage that any way possible. As far as mental health fair and Halloween, I think I'd separate those two, but that's just me.
Well, it'd be
I
like
know, I'm just
in
joking.
the
I'm just-
daytime, it'd be a
I
family
know,
festival.
But yeah,
you know, where residents can dunk the mayor.
Yeah, that would make some people happy. I don't know who. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, I think it's a great idea to be able to. I think we should encourage that constantly, and I think we should encourage that just like we encourage the committees to find a way of generating revenue.
Yeah.
To do that as well. Maybe we can codify it some way.
Right.
Is there maybe make a friendly amendment to figure out a way to codify that to have them work together as much as possible?
Yeah.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, motion carries. We're now on my item, that need a waiver of 7.4. I move to waive section 7.4 of the
I'll
special council
second.
rules. It's been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 7 point in the rule. 7.4 is waived as to 16M. Huh? Oh, my apologies. Well, yeah, it was 7.2. I apologize. Anybody have an objection? Okay, so the waiver still applies. Thank you. I had it wrong in my notes. With that said, so obviously, as you heard from Ms. Herrera earlier today, the issue regarding the Graham notices, it was quite upsetting for many residents, right? I don't know that necessarily that trust was obliterated with the town government, but I do think that when it comes to matters of development, naturally and rightly so, many residents, including ourselves, are always worried, and we're a bit more sensitive to these types of approvals, regardless of what state law may mandate that we do, to avoid attorney's fees and other legal issues that would arise if we were to incorrectly handle quasi-judicial zoning item. With that said, I thought that she is correct though that the mishap that we had with the notices certainly at least caused a strain on that trust. So what I'm simply proposing is a direction to the manager to go ahead and review the notices that we've issued in the past and to come back to us with any findings, regarding any irregularity or anything, as a report to the council, you can send it to us like you do with the Miami Lakes Connect already, right? Or with the after action items. So, just let us know if in your review you notice anything that needs to be addressed. Because again, like this issue is too important. You have so many state laws out there that make it harder for municipalities to make their own decisions on development. And what's more, also just makes it, getting it wrong when it comes to development costly as well. So with that, is there a second?
I'll second.
On the review? Okay, seconded by Councilman Garcia, who is recognized for any debate if he has any.
Just to say, I agree 100%. We got to be in our P's and Q's when it's something this important. 100%.
Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. You voted aye, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the ayes have it, and the item passes. We're now on item 17A by Councilman Herzberg, the joint letter he's proposing to the council.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just looking at the legislative session. It's planned to end on March 13th, if I remember correctly. We'll see if it actually does plan to end. Back, I think it was in November, we discussed doing a joint letter. There is a draft of the joint letter. It's either we can go one or two ways. We can agree to it and send it out, all sign it and send it out, or we don't, and we can all reach out to representatives on our own. I certainly plan on doing that on behalf of myself. regardless of which way we go regarding property tax relief. I think we're all in favor of some sort of relief, but the relief needs to be responsible. It needs to be funded, and it needs to, reflect that core services should not be affected, especially such as public safety and even our parks, where some of the proposals that are outstanding right now either means that we would have to raise the millage rate on everybody else and keep, if homestead taxes were abolished, or provide for some serious cuts. And the point of this letter is to make sure a lot of legislators don't understand town budgets, and of course the headlines are grabbed by the big communities, the big counties that have enormous budgets. That's not simply how we do it here in Miami Lakes. It's a matter of just letting them know, by the way, there are towns that are responsible. There are towns with contract cities that don't have these enormous budgets and projects that you see that are out there, and that's being publicized the most. So that's the purpose of the letter. If you guys want to join on it, that's fine. If not, I'll be reaching out to representatives and senators on behalf of myself. I just wanted to see if we wanted to make a joint effort or not.
I've just been able to review the letter more thoroughly. I like it. I'm willing to sign my name to it, with the caveat that I do want to add some changes, just simply reflecting that we are not just mentioning in a generic sense that we're one of the lowest in Miami-Dade County. I think it would be good to quantify that, that we are the fifth, out of the 34 cities in Miami-Dade County, we are the fifth lowest.
Yeah.
Because, just delineating that more specifically. Additionally, pointing out, just the advances we've had in crime, right? That we're at an 11-year low when it comes to our crime statistics, as far as the ones that our police department or the sheriff's department is able to provide to us. So, like that this could result in a step back of actually forcing us to increase costs for another segment of resident, namely renters, right? And others, or our commercial businesses as well. So I just would like to see some of that in here. I don't know if you want to do it now.
So I agree with you, and you're right. I don't know how we can do this through the sunshine. I agree 100% with your comments, and I would say, you know what? Why don't you put your comments in there, and then I'll be able. Whatever you put in, I'll be fine with. I trust your judgment, and I'll sign that with you.
All right. Anyone else have comments on the letter, or?
I'm all for it.
I'm happy to sign it.
All right. So then then I'll take care of this JV. Let's hang back after the meeting just a little bit and just do this real quick. So yeah, if it's just that, so I would ask you guys to hang back as well, since we're all here, so we can sign it again. It won't take very long to get it, turned around.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So we're on 17B now, which is my report on day days. For those who were able to go, full well how it went. But for our colleagues, this will be a good time to explain to them that on the property tax reform front, there's still a lot of miscommunication, it seems, frankly, between the two chambers and the governor's office. So it seems as if, even though tomorrow the House will be taking up one of the proposals that they've been considering, that would be a gradual elimination of non-homestead, or rather of homesteaded property taxes, or property taxes affecting homesteaded properties. That would do it over 10 years. That one's going to be put on the floor tomorrow. But it seems as if, again, the chambers are still far behind. They had some budget drama recently. We finally have budget numbers, which I'm pleased to share with all of you. Miami Lakes is actually doing pretty good. Of the 6 projects that were submitted, 5 of them are in play, which I think is good. With respect to what they are, we got Miami Lakes Northwestern 9th Avenue drainage on the House side at $500,000, so half of the request. Miami Lakes Northwest 82nd Avenue drainage for $650,000 on the Senate side, so that project is in play, although that project might go down. It depends on what what we need to do up there to make the numbers square off. The Miami Lakes Northwest 155th Northwest Turn Lane and Parking project is funded in both chambers at different amounts, though. The Senate has it at the $790,000 amount. The House has it at the $395 amount, right? So that project is likely for sure to be included in the final list, right? And it's just a matter of what number ultimately comes out of that. This wasn't one of our direct requests, but it affects the town, so I thought it was good to include. The Miami Lakes Chamber of Commerce is in line on the House side of the budget to get $100,000 toward their marketing campaign that they had wanted to advocate for. And then lastly, the late item that we added at the request of Councilman Sanchez, the Miami Lakes Bob Graham improvements, came in at $57,000 on the House side. As a refresher for those who don't know, as long as it appears in one of the chamber's budgets, it's in play. So obviously, one of the projects out of the 6 is not at all in play. Conferencing is, likely going to occur after they consider the tax package. Now that the budgets are out, the next step is to consider the tax packages. When that's done, then they'll go back and forth exchanging offers, and that's when the real horse trading will occur on the budget, and we'll see what will ultimately make it. And then, of course, we have the governor's veto pen. So that's where we're at. Anybody have questions for me? Again, I think I covered property taxes, and that even though there's a high likelihood that something will still pass, even if it's done through a very rapid special session, it just doesn't look like it will occur in this particular main session, is what I'll call it, a regular session. And does anyone have questions?
So with regards to the Bob Graham, they reduced the amount from 127 to 57, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'll take anything we can get.
Yeah,
on
absolutely.
that. Any other questions?
Through the chair, just to thank you for all your efforts and always advocating for the town.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman. All right. With that, there being no further business, I am now adjourning our regular council meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Before
You had a
you
question?
hit that gavel, can you budget to see if we could fix that light over there and this hi-hat over here, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I hear
Right.
you have great contractors, so that can do it for cheap.
Right. We have a hi-hat right over here. It's
I
about
would
to
just
fall.
say ask for forgiveness, not permission. So just get it done. With that, we are now adjourned at 10:57 p.m.